That seems like a good time to make an entrance, huh? Hello! Welcome! How's it going? I was feeling the big band jazz today, so it's very jazzy. Sable, how are you? We got it. I have no idea how to say it. Yalta Boath? Yalta Bouth? We got it though, on the docket. Marley, how are you? It's good to see you. Happy Sunday! Hi, BRB, do your thing. I was gonna say, this is another letter. We don't really have a whole lot. Yoshi, oh, perfect. Done. Add it to the list. I'll cut you off there, because normally I'm like, only one per person, but Sable, I don't have that many. And Yoshi's great, so let's throw that in the list. Throw it into the list. How are you? What are you up to? I was gonna say, the ones that I came up with to add, if people don't come up with things, would be yo-yos, which I think we should investigate yo-yos. But then I also have yaks, and then I have Yeti. So that's what I've come up with. But I love it. I love Yoshi. I'm very curious about Yaldabaoth. I'm gonna learn how to say it correctly, hopefully. How are you? Happy Sunday. Hope it's going well. If you're new around here, I'm Abers. I play video games sometimes. On Sundays, we've been going down Wikipedia rabbit holes, and this is the penultimate episode. So we're learning about things that start with the letter Y today. Next week, we're to learn about things that start with the letter Z, and that will be the last episode of Wikipedia with me for the foreseeable future. I'm going to take a little bit of a break after next week from Wikipedia with me, but I will also next week be making some like little announcement things about like future goals and stuff with the channel. So clickbait, come back next week to learn about things and stuff about this and me and things and hopes and dreams and Twitch and stuff. Anyway, I was reading about yo-yos a few months ago. Did you have yo-yo shows at your school? Okay, this is a question I have been asked multiple times. I think multiple times during Wikipedia with me, although it might have been during like just like normal streams too. I don't know. I don't think so. We had cup stacking. That was a thing. And I remember being into yo-yos. I had a Duncan, was it a butterfly yo-yo? I remember it being orange. I think it was orange. The butterfly ones, do you remember? Like there was like different like shapes depending on what kind of like tricks you wanted to do. The only one I could do was walk the dog. That's the only trick I could do. Otherwise, I don't think I had any yo-yo tricks. No, but did you? I'm jealous. In my defense, I was raised in a Christian school from like kindergarten or pre-K to 4th grade. So I didn't switch to public school till 5th grade. So it might have been more of a public school thing and I just like missed it, you know? I don't know. Yeah, the Dunker Butterfly. Yeah, that's the one that I had. Yeah, we're gonna read about them. I'm curious. We'll see. I don't know anything about them other than they were a fun childhood toy. But I'm curious about like when they were invented and like who invented them and like all that jazz, you know? By the way, speaking of jazz, if the music too loud, we're gonna change it over to chill hop in a minute here. But I feel as though the jazz might be a little powerful. Either that or it's just powerful in my headphones. I can never tell. Private evangelical school had yo-yo show. Okay, so maybe it wasn't a private school, public school thing. Okay, good to know. Okay, didn't have one in public school. Me neither. What age range was this, Sable? Good almost afternoon. Hey, for me it's 10:42, Jay. I'm like on top of my shit today. How are you? It's good to see you. Normally, I'm supposed to start at 10 o'clock my time, 12 o'clock EST. So I'm only 42 minutes late, which for me is like fantastic. Good almost afternoon. I've got an hour 15 until afternoon. I feel pretty good. I feel like I'm on top of my shit. Only, yeah. I know, right? I feel like people have come to expect or understand that I generally, for stream, run somewhere between like 30 to an hour. 30 minutes to like an hour late. Which is not even intentional. It's just how it goes. Jay, do you have any Y topics you want us to look into today? And also, the question of the day, did you have yo-yo shows at your school? I did not. I don't remember having yo-yo shows when I was a child. I think I missed that. If we did have them, I missed them. So it's possible we did, but like I don't even know. You didn't? Okay. Interesting. Probably 99 to 01. Okay, that was when it peaked. Okay, so that would have been for me like end of elementary, beginning of like middle school-ish. Can't say that I did. Can't say that I did. Should we get into it? Is it time? Are we ready for the letter Y? Let me get some chiller music happening here. Hold on. I love my jazz. It's just, you know, it's a little intense sometimes. You know what I mean? Let's try this one and see how it goes. Sometimes the chill hop is too chill and I have to like figure that out. You know what I mean? High school for you. Okay. But still nothing. Interesting. Oh, that was high school. That time frame was high school for you. Gotcha. But still no yo-yo shows for you. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Shall we read about the letter Y? Are we all prepared? I can't believe this is the second last episode. Guys, we started this in January and it's September now. Fucking wild. Fucking wild. This has been really cool. I'm excited. Not to get all nostalgic about it. We'll get nostalgic about it next week, but can't believe we've almost made it to the end of the alphabet. Fucking wild. I think there's a yo-yo show in a King of the Hill episode. King of the Hill is really good. That's one of those, that's a show that I slept on. And then once, cause I was like, I don't know why, like from like commercials or the way it was advertised, I was like, oh, that's not a show for me. I'm not gonna like it. And then watching it, I was like, oh, this is a fucking great show. I think it's one of those that's like, they kind of like Trojan horse, like progressive ideals through that show. Do you know what I mean? Because on the surface, you would think that it's like gonna be like very like, I don't know, conservative kind of, I don't know, like stereotypical kind of like conservative America values that are like just depicted in that show, and it really subverts that. It's kind of cool. But yeah, okay, it was a huge fad that burned out super fast. Yeah, I just remember cup stacking, and I don't even think it was like a cup stacking show. I think it was like, here, we're gonna do cup stacking for PE, which I guess makes sense, but does it? Now thinking about it, does that make sense? Did you guys do cup stacking? Let's see. Seen you went live, wanted to say hi. Back to packing. Oh, go pack. What are you packing for? Well, also go packing. Go do it. Let's see. We move tomorrow. Good luck, Jay. You got this. Moving is such a headache, and I'm excited for you to have a new place, and I hope it's a good new place. And yes, go pack. Go do it. Thank you for saying hi. Thank you for retweeting my tweets, by the way, Jay. I don't know if I've ever like said this to you, but like, thank you for doing that. Thank you for helping me fight the algorithm fight. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. It does. I always notice, and I really do appreciate it. So thank you. You bought a house. You're such an adult. Congratulations. Look who's winning capitalism. Sorry. No, I hope you enjoy your new house. I hope it's beautiful and amazing. #adult life. You love to see it. You love to see it. In the later seasons, it got conservative. In the earlier seasons, when they had more creative control, it's super good. Yeah, so maybe I've only caught the more, like, the earlier episodes. Knowing that it was a spinoff from Daria. I think it was a spinoff from Daria, right? Because Daria was a spinoff from Beavis and Butthead. And then I think King of the Hill was a spinoff from Daria. I could be wrong. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But knowing that about it, it's like, oh, it makes more sense now, right? Maybe it wasn't a spinoff, that they all like existed in the same universe kind of a thing. King of the Hill is its own thing? Is it? Tell me more. It's not that I don't believe you, but I just remember something different. Hold on. And now I'm having a weird deja vu moment of, have I had this conversation with someone before on stream? Because I feel like maybe I have. King of the Hill. Is this a Mandela effect moment too? Because it absolutely could be. Okay, so it's just because it's Mike Judge. Okay, so because they're both Mike Judge projects, he puts Easter eggs in each of those different projects that connects them, even though they're not actually connected, is what it looks like. Okay, so, okay, hold on. Daria is a spinoff of Beavis and Butthead. but Mike Judge had no involvement of the production of Daria himself. He was busy with King of the Hell at that time. Oh my God, learning so many things. Interesting. Okay, well, now we know. It's educational. All right, let's read about the letter Y, shall we? Didn't know that about Daria? Yeah. I was such a big Daria fan. Surprising no one if you just look at me for 2 seconds. It makes sense. Daria's so good. Alina, hello. How are you? Welcome to Y Week. If you have a Y topic, please let me know. I'm absolutely ready. I'm ready to read about all the things, you guys. And I'm feeling it today. I'm feeling the Wikipedia today. Let's see. Okay, so Y is the 25th and penultimate letter. Penultimate episode. Sorry for screaming about it. Penultimate letter of the ISO basic Latin alphabet, and the 6th or 7th, if including W, vowel letter. I forgot that sometimes W gets counted as a vowel, which totally makes sense when you think about the way that we pronounce W. Wild. Okay, so 6th or 7th if you include W as a vowel letter. And again, Y is subject to debate. It's one of those kind of flexible ones that sometimes is considered a vowel, sometimes not. Letters are weird. Language is interesting. Pronunciation is bizarre, especially in English. Moving on. Modern English alphabet. In the English writing system, it mostly represents a vowel and seldom a consonant. And in other orthographies, it may represent a vowel or a consonant. Its name in English is way, pronounced Y, plural Ys. Here's how you draw it in cursive, for anyone that forgot how to do cursive. Sometimes I forget. We have phonetic usage, and then history. History's my favorite. Y started out as a bird. A lot of the letters started out as birds. Never knew this. Yo-yos, fun. Maybe we should put yo on the list too. Yo-yos is on the list. Same brain. Also, how are you? It's good to see you. Welcome to the penultimate episode. We're also going to put yo on the list now because I use it a lot and I just want to claim that. That's how you can tell I'm a child of the 90s, I think, right? Was yo like a 90s thing? It feels like a 90s thing. It feels like yo and extreme went together, yes? But extreme just with an X, not with the E at the beginning. That was a 90s thing. You have a potential Y topic. Holding off in case something more interesting comes to mind. Do it. You're good. We'll just read other stuff until then, and then when you decide, Alina, let me know. I was gonna say I've got a couple that are my own kind of ideas. I've got a couple that are other people's ideas. So we'll just we'll get into it. We'll do it. I'm down. Been listening to so much 90s music recently. I love it. I'll go back. You and I bonded over Garbage, didn't we, at some point? I think you mentioned Garbage one time, and I was like, Garbage is such a good band. Garbage, Presidents of the United States was a band that I really loved in the 90s. There Might Be Giants was one that I really loved in the 90s. Trying to think of other ones. Spice Girls, obviously, goes without saying. Don't even need to say it. Do I need to say Spice Girls? I don't need to say Spice Girls. It's obvious. Garbage and Spice Girls. That was my life. Which again makes sense. Makes sense. Garbage was my jam. Yes. Oh man, Garbage is so good. Collective Soul. Ooh, I didn't really listen to Collective Soul. Now I'm gonna have to check them out. I'm gonna have to do it. Okay, so Y started out as a bird. We all know this, or if we didn't, we know now. And then it's like a circle-y, like an oval on a stick, which becomes a circle on a stick, which then kind of becomes a Y, but then it's definitely a Y, and then they're like, wait a minute, do we want it to be a Y? And they're like, yeah, no, we do. And then that's the history of the letter Y. I love that they're like, here are Y's sisters. Whoa, look at this one. That's cool. Almost looks like a uterus drawing. All right, and now we know the letter Y. We're on it. Y, oh, Y. Hi, Iron Biscuit. How are you? It's good to see you. Hi, Bradley. How are you? How did DK Day go? Good. I think we made it out of, we completed the Death Knight starting zone kind of a thing. So we ended up in Orgrimmar, which I think is when you're kind of done with the beginning stages, right? Death Knight is overwhelming. I'm gonna be honest. I think the more I play it, the more I'll like get into it and get a feel for it. But man, there's so much. They throw, I think Alina said it well yesterday. They throw so many different spells and so many different talents and abilities at you all at once that it's like, it's hard to like make sense of it all right away. You know what I mean? So I guess I just gotta like be patient with it, and eventually I'll kind of figure it out and get a groove. But like, it felt like a lot. Like we had fun though. We had a great time. It was very cool. I like the different mechanics that they've kind of introduced in terms of like siege weapons, and riding the like dragon thing, riding the worm at the end is like really cool. That battle was really neat. So like cinematically, it was a really fun little journey to go through for sure. But yeah, the mechanics of gameplay is really overwhelming. But the starting zone was fun. It was fun to go through for sure. It was really interesting. Let's see. What up? All good. It's good to see you. We're learning about things that start with the letter Y. If anyone has a Y topic, let me know. So far, we're learning about Yalda Bouth. Sable, I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna try so hard. So Yalda Bouth, Yo-Yos, Yoshi, and then potentially, depending on, you know, other people giving topics, I've got a few more, but those are the three that for sure we're doing, and then we'll go from there. As I say, I've got some backup ones, but I also want to leave room for other people. It's not making sense though. Just Hulk smash. I guess just Hulk smash. I guess all you need to do is just press buttons. But I want to know what the buttons I'm pressing are doing. Do you know what I mean? I want to be a cognizant button presser. But yeah, Hulk smash. A Hulk smash. Just Hulk smash. That's all. I decided to go unholy. T Miller went blood. So we'll see how that goes. Unholy is fun. You get to explode corpses. That's kind of cool. It seems like unholy is all about AoE, which is kind of neat. You know what, guys? I didn't use my ghoul at all. Like, not at all. I totally forgot that I like had a ghoul that I could like use. I'm gonna have to try to use my ghoul more. Let's see. Playing Death Knight or Enhanced Shaman is Hit It, Joe. Clip for the old dude plays that salute apparatus. Hold on, we're gonna go back to here for a minute while we're talking. Yiddish. Ooh, I like it. Good one. Okay, adding Yiddish to the list. Oh, good one. Alina, I always love your topics. You come up with good ones. Okay, nice. On it. Don't worry about pronouncing it. If you watch 5 different scholars give lectures about Gnosticism, they'll pronounce it 5 different ways. Beautiful. Thank you for that. Thank you for releasing me of the need to like pronounce things well, because it's not going to happen. And yet I hold myself to a bizarre standard of pronouncing things well that I've never had to pronounce before. So thank you. Let's see. Damn, thought about one. But I had the names backwards. First name starts with Y. Oh no, fun. I was looking through my little notebook. Remember how I had a notebook that we would like keep topics in? And there was a person with a last name of W, and I totally spaced them out, W week, and I was like, oh, we missed it. That's okay. I was saying earlier, so next week is going to be the last week of season 1 of Wikipedia with me. We will do a season 2 at some point, but I do want to take a little bit of a Wikipedia break. Figure out how we want to do it going forward. So hold those topics to mind if you've got topics or you know what I could do? I could also start, we've talked about this a few times. We could start a Discord channel specifically for Wikipedia topics. I don't mind that at all. That's a maybe. Should I just do that real quick? Let's just add another tab to the Discord, as if the Discord didn't have enough tabs. Especially since we're ending. But so yeah, next week is gonna be Z week. And we're gonna do the letter Z, and then I'm also, shameless plug, whatever, gonna make some announcements. They're little announcements. It's not like anything like super like amazing or whatever, but like just announcements about future goals and hopes and dreams and thoughts and things I want to do with stream. So you should come next week. Come next week and talk about those things and hear about those things, because I want people's input too, you know. Okay, should we put it in? Let's put it in not video games. And I'm going to say wiki topics. Do we have what's a good symbol for Wikipedia? Like a globe, maybe? Yeah, I like it. Wiki topics, baby. Okay, done. So now we have a wiki topics channel. If you've got topics that you're like, I don't want to forget, you can throw them in there. Yeah, yummy, yinzer. Okay, hold on. hold on. Okay, did I miss Yiddish? No, we got Yiddish. Yummy yinzer. Okay. Yummy. I wonder if yummy comes up in Wikipedia. Okay, wait, I have a question for you. Are you talking about Yummy, the Justin Bieber song? Yummy, the film? Or, I don't think Yummy, like the concept, is in Wikipedia. But the Justin Bieber song, and then someone named Robert Yummy Sandifer, who was a Black Disciples gang member. Bradley, I need you to elaborate on Yummy. Your choices are the film or the Justin Bieber song. If you want Yummy as a topic. Yinzer, what is Yinzer? Ooh, Iron Biscuit. Last week we did look into, I think it was last week, we looked into the band that you had mentioned. They seem pretty cool. Yinzer. Okay, all right. Yinzer it is. Put Yinzer after Yiddish before Yoshi. Love that for us. Okay. Are we prepared? Yeah, Xisma, that's right. Yeah. We read about them. And they sound pretty cool. Sounded interesting. Yeah, you had to go to bed. It's okay. Understandable. Time zones, man. Always the time zones. Okay. Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth, I'm assuming Yaldabaoth or Ildabaoth, is an evil deity and creator of the material world in various Gnostic sects and movements, sometimes represented as a theriomorphic lion-headed serpent. Fancy. Missed my other favorite composer in U Week. I know, fun. We'll do a season 2. We will. I just need a little bit of a break from Wiki and a way to figure out how I want to do it next time around. I mean, we can always just go back around the alphabet too. We can just do alphabet part 2. But just a little bit of a break. But we'll do more Wiki. Don't worry. Okay, let's see. So, theriomorphic. What does this mean? Animal, shape, form, zoomorphism, art that contains humans as non-human animals. Okay. So maybe like centaurs, satyrs, that kind of a thing, right? Okay, so lion-serpent combination. Lion-headed serpent. Cool. He's regarded as the demiurge and false god who keeps souls trapped in physical bodies, imprisoned in the material universe. The name is probably derived from Aramaic expression Yaldabaoth, which means descendant of chaos or son of chaos. Ooh. Let's see. Sable, this is your topic. If there's anything in particular you want to hone in on, let me know. It seems like it's a pretty short article, so I don't mind just kind of reading through it. But definitely, if there's something specific you want me to focus on or make sure I don't miss, let me know. We've got role in agnosticism, cosmogony, and creation myths. I always think that kind of stuff's cool. Actually, it's a short article. We're just gonna go for it. Also, look at this picture. Lion-faced serpentine deity. I never knew about this. Gnosticism originated in the late 1st century CE in rabbinical Jewish and early Christian sects. In the formation of Christianity, various sectarian groups, labeled Gnostics by their opponents, emphasized spiritual knowledge, gnosis, of the divine spark within over faith, pistis, in teachings and traditions of various communities of Christians. I like that. I like that a lot. Gnosticism presents a distinction between the highest unknowable God and the demiurge, creator of the material universe. Is that just the idea? Artisan-like figure responsibility for fashioning and maintaining the physical universe. Cool. Okay. Interesting. Gnostics considered the most essential part of the process of salvation to be this personal knowledge, in contrast to faith as an outlook in their worldview, along with faith in the ecclesiastical authority. In Gnosticism, the biblical serpent in the Garden of Eden was praised and thanked for bringing knowledge, gnosis, to Adam and Eve, and thereby freeing them from a malevolent demiurge's control. Gnostic Christian doctrines rely on a dualistic sweet Georgia Brown. It's fine, we got this. We're doing this. I don't even remember where I left off. We're just gonna start here. In Gnosticism, the biblical serpent in the Garden of Eden was praised and thanked for bringing knowledge, gnosis, to Adam and Eve, and thereby freeing them from the malevolent demiurge's control. Gnostic Christian doctrines rely on a dualistic cosmology that implies the eternal conflict between good and evil, and a conception of the serpent as the liberating savior and bestower of knowledge to humankind, opposed the demiurge creator god, identified within the Hebrew God of the Old Testament. Interesting. This is really interesting. Gnostic Christians consider the Hebrew God of the Old Testament as evil. Just like for the record, as a kid that was raised in Christian school that focused on an Old Testament as well as New Testament, because a lot of Christianity only focuses on New Testament. So we did both. Old Testament God goes hard. Like, well, I can see it because Old Testament God is ruthless, man. Like ruthless. Anyway, so Hebrew God of the Old Testament as evil, false God, creator of the material universe, and the unknown God of the gospel, father of Jesus Christ, and creator of the spiritual world, as the true good God. Interesting. That's really interesting, this like distinction. In Archonic, Scythian, and Ophite systems, Yaldabaoth, Yahweh. I was wondering if it was related to Yahweh. Interesting. So Yahweh is the national god of ancient Israel and Judah. We could read about Yahweh too, theoretically. We'll throw that in a tab maybe for later, depending on how we're feeling. Let's see. Regarded as the malevolent demiurge and false god of the Old Testament who generated the material universe and keeps the souls trapped in physical bodies, imprisoned in the world full of pain and suffering that he created. However, not all Gnostic movements regarded the creator of the material universe as inherently evil or malevolent. For instance, Valentinians believe the demiurge is merely an ignorant and incompetent creator, trying to fashion the world as good as he can, but lacking the proper power to maintain its goodness. They were regarded as heretics by the proto-Orthodox early church fathers. Yaldabaoth is primarily mentioned in Archonic, Scythian, and Ophite writings of Gnostic literature, most of which has been discovered in the Nag Hammadi library. In Apocryphon of John, Yaldabaoth is the first of three names in the domineering archon, along with Saklas and Samael. In Pistis Sophia, he has lost his claim to rulership, and in the depths of chaos, together with 49 demons. That's a specific number. 7 times 7. 7's big in the Bible. Okay, anyway. 49 demons torture sacrilegious souls in a scorching hot torrent of pitch. He is a lion-faced archon, half flame, half darkness. Yaldabaoth appears as a rebellious angel, both in the apocryphal Gospel of Judas and the Gnostic work Hypostasis of the Archons. In some of these agnostic texts, Yaldabaoth is further identified with the ancient Roman god Saturnus. That's like Saturnalia, right? That like Saturnalia is like this like kind of like ancient heathen festival that happened around Christmas, and so like I think that like there was this kind of exchange of like the Roman Empire being like, okay, pagans, you can have Saturnalia, but we're gonna call it Christmas, kind of a thing. That's a really bad TLDR. Just look up Saturnalia sometime. Don't take my word for it. That was a bad summary. Go with it, and also don't trust me and go look it up. Okay. Cosmogony and creation myths. Hey guys, what does cosmogony mean? I assume it's like related to the cosmos, but I've never seen or heard that word before. Cosmogony. Cosmogony? Cosmogony. The branch of science that deals with the origin of the universe. Oh, cool. I didn't know that was a thing. Love it. Okay. Yaldabaoth, Yaldabaoth is the son of Sophia, the personification of wisdom in Gnosticism, with whom he contends. By creatively turning to matter in goodness and simplicity, Sophia created the imperfect Yaldabaoth, the son of chaos, without the knowledge of other aeons? From his mother, he received the powers of light, but he used them for evil. Sophia rules over the Ogdos, the demiurge over the Hebdomas. Yaldabaoth created 6 more archons and other fellows. The angels he created rebelled against Yaldabaoth. To keep the angels in subjection, Yaldabaoth generated the material universe. In the action of creation, however, Yaldabaoth emptied himself of his supreme power. When Yaldabaoth breathed a soul into the first man, Adam, the Sophia instilled in him the divine spark of the spirit. After matter, Yaldabaoth produced the serpent spirit, Ophiomorphos, which is the origin of all evil. The light being Sophia caused the fall of man through the serpent. By eating the forbidden fruit, Adam and Eve became enlightened and turned away from Yaldabaoth. Eventually, Yaldabaoth expelled them from the ethereal region, the paradise, as punishment. This is really interesting. It weirdly, almost feels like a as someone who's raised Christian but doesn't believe in Christianity anymore as a like I feel agnostic in not necessarily in this sense, but in the sense that I think we use colloquially, where it's I believe in the phenomenological and spirituality, but I don't believe in a specific deity or adhere to a specific religion, right? So all that to say, it's really interesting learning about the origin of this term agnosticism, because I really know nothing about it. And it does so coming from all of that to say, coming from a kind of a Christian framework, Judeo-Christian upbringing, it almost feels like a fan fiction of the Bible kind of a thing, if that makes sense. Which it's not. I know that's a bad way to describe it, but it feels that way. I don't know if that. I hope that makes sense. It doesn't seem offensive or ignorant. Fun. Welcome back. I had to leave and take pictures of birds on the deck. You're totally good. I hope that they're amazing pictures and that they're amazing birds. You don't have to apologize for that, please. You gotta go do your thing. Okay, let's see. More about Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth, is it Bauth? Now I'm saying it differently. Go with it. Yaldabaoth continuously attempted to deprive human beings of the gift of the spark of light, which he had unwittingly lost to them, or to keep them in bondage. As punishments, he tried to make humanity acknowledge him as God. Because of their lack of worship, he caused the flood upon the human race. This is interesting too, because this giant flood appears in so many different dogmas and religious texts, basically, which is fascinating that's there must have been some sort of a massive flood that influenced this kind of idea, right? Let's see, Sable. I think it's interesting how modern it feels reading it. Yeah, it's true. How modern criticisms and questions about Christian beliefs are as old as Christianity, which makes sense, right? Because you've always got skeptics. And you have to in order for something to I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I was going to say, where I was going with that. But that there has to be skepticism to something that is that universally renowned, at least at this point in time. Christianity is so global in terms of a religious ideology, so you have to have skeptics, right? You have to have a counterculture. I don't think that an overarching culture or idea, a dominating culture, can exist without a counterculture, but yeah, that is really interesting. Let's see. So lack of worship caused the flood upon the human race, from which Sophia rescued Noah. Interesting. Yaldabaoth made a covenant with Abraham in which he was obligated to serve him along with his descendants. The biblical prophets were to proclaim Yaldabaoth's glory But at the same time, through Sophia's influence, they reminded people of their higher origin and prepared for the coming of Christ. At Sophia's instigation, Yaldabaoth arranged for the generation of Jesus through the Virgin Mary. What? This is so wild. For his proclamation, he used John the Baptist. At the moment of the baptism organized by Yaldabaoth, Sophia took on the body of Jesus and through it taught people that their destiny was the kingdom of light, the spiritual world, not the kingdom of darkness, the material universe. You know what else I think is interesting about this? Is the idea that like various people are going to interpret things in different ways. So it's like there might be these like universal like events that happened or these people that existed, and yet everyone's experience of those events or their relationship to those people is going to be like unique, right? It's fascinating. This is fascinating, Sable. Let's see. Only after his baptism did Jesus receive divine powers and could perform miracles. But since Jesus destroyed his kingdom instead of promoting it, Yaldabaoth had him crucified. Wow. Before his martyrdom, Christ escaped from the bodily shell and returned to the spiritual world. Yaldabaoth. Damn, Sable, this was really interesting. Thank you for this. I had no idea. I've never delved into this kind of thing. Like I like a little bit, I've gotten into the agnostics purely, like the Gnostic Gospels, I should say, purely as a, like, I was a college kid taking a, like, religion history class, whatever. And so like just like scratched the surface, but never really like got into it. Gnostics has wild concepts of gender. And one of the texts mentioned, Yaldabaoth is referred to as thrice androgynous one. Thrice androgynous. What does thrice androgynous mean? I love that. I don't fully understand what that means, but I love that. I love that for Yaldabaoth. One relevant thing, I guess. Yaldabaoth is the source of the name for my album, Yalta. Oh, okay. It's a phonetic spelling of the first three syllables. That's cool. I love that. Yeah, Yalta. Okay. Yaldabaoth. Okay. Nice. That's great. The only Gnostic that I remember, and I don't even remember specific details, but it was like these like different depictions of Jesus as a kid in terms of like Jesus like not being this like perfect little kid that you kind of like hear of him depicted in like traditional Christianity. But about him like using his powers to like like kill frogs and like bring them back to life and stuff. Like again, not, I don't remember specific details, but like silly, like just like silly little things about like Jesus as a kid was not like this amazing like prophet that everyone like made him out to be, kind of thing, which I thought was fascinating. Anyway, Yaldabaoth. Now we know. Now we know. Thanks, Sable. All right, fun. Are you here? It's yo-yo time. If you're taking more pictures of birds, though, I will save yo-yos and we'll move on to Yiddish. Cthulhu, hydrate, baby, hydrate. You caught me drinking coffee. I will hydrate with real water. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome to Y Week. If you have a Y topic, let me know. Fun, you're here? Let's read about yo-yos, baby. Okay, question for everyone. Sable brought up earlier. Did you have yo-yo shows at your school? I did not, and I'm jealous, and I feel like I missed out on something not having yo-yo shows at school. Okay, yo-yo. A yo-yo, also spelled yo-yo, is a toy consisting of an axle connected to two discs and a string looped around the axle, similar to a spool. It is similar to a spool. You could use a spool as a yo-yo, I suppose, maybe. Never thought about it. Coffee is also hydration. Is it? I'm pretty sure caffeine actually dehydrates you, is what I've heard. But who's to say? Caffeine is really bad for your vocal cords. I just remember this when I was like studying like music and singing and whatnot. Never stopped me from drinking coffee though. Let me live in denial, please. Drink your coffee. Drink your Cthulhu. Listen, I am not one to shame anyone for drinking coffee. I always drink coffee. Live your life. Live your life. Okay, let's see. It is an ancient toy with proof of existence since 500 BCE. That's so cool. The yo-yo was called a bandolier in the 17th century. I had no idea. I knew it was old, but I didn't know it was that old. That's really cool. That would explain why I can't do my high voice anymore. Maybe, yeah, because caffeine constricts your vocal cords, so it doesn't allow you to have as much range as you normally would. Sometimes too, as your voice like changes as you get older, it's harder to access certain things. But if you had a vocal coach, they would be able to kind of like tell by listening to you how you're producing that sound, and if you need to like lift your soft palate, for example, or throw the sound through your nasal cavity rather than like coming from your chest voice. Like there's all sorts of stuff. I think vocal production is fascinating. It's something I kind of miss about like taking like singing lessons, voice lesson kind of stuff. Not that I didn't do a lot of that. I was way more focused on like saxophone when I was taking music lessons, like saxophone and clarinet, but vocal production is super fascinating. I think it's really interesting. Did not have yo-yo shows, but my siblings and their friends made a movie featuring a yo-yo that unfortunately never got finished. I want to watch that video. I love little like home movie things, and like T Miller and I, because if you don't know T Miller, she's like my best friend, and she and I stream together a lot. I'll have her play World of Warcraft with me. I've convinced her to play World of Warcraft. But T Miller and I had some really like goofy videos from high school that I think are lost now, but I wish we still had them because they're just so silly. I love that kind of shit. I think caffeine drinks are just null when it comes to hydration because it's water, but with caffeine. Okay, so maybe they balance each other out, Spatty. It's a good point. That's a good point. No, not a dietitian. Not a dietitian. Not a scientist. Who can say? But I like your thinking. I'm here for it. Guys, even though it's still hot outside here, we've had some like tinges of fall. This is such a basic bitch thing. I'm like, listen, when it gets a little bit cold outside, I drink hot coffee instead of cold coffee, like cold brew. Revolutionary, I know. Very unique. Very special. But what I like to do in the fall is I put like vanilla extract in my coffee, and then cinnamon and ginger and clove and a little nutmeg if I have it. It's so good. It's so good. It's like my own little pumpkin spice-ish thing. It's my favorite. I did it today, and I'm so pleased with myself. I drink iced coffee in winter. I mean, sometimes I feel it, especially like if it's super hot outside, I will. But lately I feel the need to like will the weather with my clothes and with my like coffee choice sometimes. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I'm like, no, I'm gonna wear a sweater today. And then later I'm like, this was ridiculous of me. Now I'm all sweaty and uncomfortable, but I'm like, it will be cold. I'm ready for fall, you know? Let's see. It was a full-length thing, like a real like movie. Can put a synopsis in Film Nerd because I think it would be too long here. Go for it. I love that. Go for it. Yeah. I drink hot tea in the summer. See, yeah. Well, and hot tea, like the other night, I was drinking hot toddies, which was great. I drank a lot of cognac that night, you guys, because it was hidden by lemon and honey and hot water, and it was delicious. And then the next day, I was like, why am I so tired? I was like, oh, because I drank a lot of cognac. It was fine. It was totally worth it. I had a great time at the Skyrim stream, you guys. I had so much fun. I want to do more kind of stuff like that in the future. Anyway, back to yo-yos. Back to business. Also, Spatty, welcome. If you have a why topic that you want us to read about, let me know. We will do it. Okay, so it is played by holding the free end of the string, known as the handle, by inserting one finger, usually the middle or ring finger. Okay, yeah, I'm trying to like visualize. Now I want a yo-yo. Into a Slipknot, not to be confused with the band. Do you think the band Slipknot were also avid yo-yo enthusiasts and that's how they got their name? Probably not. Not. Okay, anyway. Allowing gravity at the force of a throw and gravity to spin the yo-yo and unwind the string, similar to how a pull string works. The player then allows the yo-yo to wind itself back up to the player's hand, exploiting its spin and the associated rotational energy. This is often called yo-yoing or playing yo-yo. Here we have a lovely GIF explaining how yo-yos work, as you can see. Just that's how yo-yos work. Listen, I sleep with my big fluffy blanket in the summer, drink hot chocolate, and in winter I wear shorts. I don't heat my room, and I barely wear a blanket. You know what? You know what, Cthulhu? If that gives you comfort and that's like what you need to sleep, go for it. Do it. I love that. I need my room to be cold for sleeping so that I can wear blankets. Like I can't sleep without like the feeling of a blanket on me. It's just, I can't do it. So I need it to be really cold in the summer, and I keep it pretty cold in the winter too, honestly. Let's see. I like what's called availability 500 BC to present. Like it's been in stock of some sort that whole, it's been available. If you want a yo-yo, it's out there. It's accessible to you. It's available. You just have to find the right yo-yo store. No, I do like that. I didn't even notice that, Sable. Okay, let's see. In the simplest play, the string is intended to be wound on the spool by hand. The yo-yo is thrown downward, hits the end of the string, then winds up the string toward the hand, and finally the yo-yo is grabbed, ready to be thrown again. One of the most basic tricks is called the sleeper. That is kind of cool. I'm having all these flashbacks to like elementary school right now. Where yo-yos spin at the end of the string for a noticeable amount of time before returning to the hand. How does that even work? Like I remember doing that, but like physically, like how does that work? Maybe we'll find out. Okay, fun. This is an extensive yo-yo article. Is there anything in particular that you want to hone in on here? I always think etymology is interesting, and I think the history is pretty interesting. Honestly, this is one of those where I think everything is interesting. So even though it's kind of a long article, we might just be in it. This might just be a yo-yo stream. Welcome. Okay, but yeah, if there is anything in particular, let me know. I don't want to miss it. We've got etymology and history. We've got techniques. We've got the physical mechanism. Purported use as weapons? I bet. Are there kung fu movies where people use yo-yos? Because if there's not, there should be. Jackie Chan, I'm looking at you. Whatever sparks your interest. Okay, cool. All right, let's get into it. Look at this lady with a yo-yo. I'm really excited about this. The word yo probably comes from the Ilocano term yo-yo or Yocano term yo-yo. Yocano. Austronesian language spoken in the Philippines, primarily by Yocano people, as a lingua franca by the Igorot people. Third most spoken native language in this country. Wow, interesting. Okay, cool. Or cognate word from the Philippines. Okay. A Greek vase painting from 440 BC shows a boy playing with a yo-yo. See right? Here he is, playing with a yo-yo. Greek records from the period describe toys made out of wood, metal, or painted terracotta. Imagine having a terracotta yo-yo. I would break the shit out of that thing like instantly. The terracotta discs were used to ceremonially offer the toys to youth to certain gods. Sorry, wait, hold on. The terracotta discs were used to ceremonially offer the toys of youth to certain gods when a child came of age. Discs of other materials were used for actual play. Oh. Yo-yos are a weapon in Terraria based on that. Are they really? I love that. I love the idea of like an umbra staff, like using like umbrellas as weapons too. I think it's kind of cool. Here we go. So this is a 1791 illustration of a woman playing an early version of the yo-yo, which is called the bandolore. Now we know. Yo-yos are OP in Terraria. I have Terraria. I played it a little bit with a friend, but I haven't gotten super into it. My little brother, shout out Star Knuckle, my little brother has Terraria, and we've talked about doing a Terraria stream at some point, so we got to get on that. There we go. Okay, first yo-yo company. In 1928, Pedro Flores, a Filipino immigrant to the United States, opened the Yo-Yo Manufacturing Company in Santa Barbara, California. The business started with a dozen handmade toys. By November 1929, Flores was operating 2 additional factories in Los Angeles and Hollywood, which altogether employed 600 workers and produced 300,000 units daily. Wow, that's quite the production in 1929. Here we have a picture of a lady with a yo-yo, Northern India, 1770. It's opaque watercolor and gold on paper. I love that. I love all this different artwork with yo-yos. I never knew. Gibb and I streamed out the entire playthrough. Did you really? How did I miss that? I never saw that. This might have been before I knew you guys, but that's really fun. That's neat. Also, I didn't know it was a game that you could actually like play through. I didn't know it was a game that you can like beat. I had no idea. Okay, let's see. The principal distinction between Filipino design popularized by Flores and more primitive yo-yos is the way the yo-yo is strung. In older and some remaining inexpensive yo-yo designs, the string is tied to the axle using a knot. With this technique, the yo-yo just goes back and forth. It returns easily, but is impossible to make it sleep. Here we go. Okay, in Flores' design, one continuous piece of string, double the desired length, is twisted around something to produce a loop at one end, which is fitted around the axle. Oh, that makes so much sense. Okay, sorry, I just like had a yo-yo epiphany. Okay, no, that's really cool. Okay, so twisted around to produce a loop at one end, which is fitted around the axle. Also termed looped slip string, this seemingly minor modification allows for a far greater variety and sophistication of motion, thanks to increased stability and suspension of movement during free spin. I didn't know these things. That's really cool. Totally makes sense. Was years ago. Okay, all right. So that's why I missed it. That's cool though. That sounds so fun. All right, need more coffee. Hold on. Okay, so shortly thereafter, 1929, entrepreneur Donald F. Duncan recognized the potential of this new fad and purchased the Flores Yo-Yo Corporation and all its assets, including the Flores name, which was transferred to the new company in 1932. The name Yo-Yo was registered in 1932 as a trademark by Sam Dubner in Vancouver, Canada. Okay, interesting. Okay, wait, I read this without actually comprehending, which I tend to do a lot. Hold on, let me just, for my own mental edification. Okay, so Duncan bought Flores's yo-yo situation and then transferred the company. Okay, got it. The name Yo-Yo was registered in 1932 as a trademark. Okay, got it. In Vancouver, Canada. Harvey Lowe won the first World Yo-Yo contest in London, England. In 1932, Swedish Kalmatrissen brand of yo-yo. Okay. Kalmatrissen yo-yos started to be manufactured as well. Here it says, after the yo-yo was introduced to the United States, it spread to Mexico. Here's a pile of handmade wood Mexican yo-yos. Those are pretty. Those are cool. In 1933, yo-yos were banned in Syria. They were banned at my school for a time because many locals superstitiously blamed the use of them for a severe drought. That's interesting. In 1946, the Duncan Toys Company opened a yo-yo factory in Luck, Wisconsin. The Duncan yo-yo was inducted into the National Toy Hall of Fame at the Strong in Rochester, New York in 1999. 1960s resurgence. Declining sales after the Second World War prompted Duncan to launch a comeback campaign for the trademarked yo-yo in 1962 with a series of television advertisements. Interesting. In a trademark case in 1965, a federal court of appeal ruled in favor of the Royal Tops Company, determining that yo-yo had become a part of common speech and that Duncan no longer had exclusive rights to the term. That makes sense. That totally makes sense. It's interesting, though, because we have things like Kleenex versus tissue, right? Or Velcro versus, like, what would you even call Velcro? Like adhesive something? Post-it notes, sticky notes kind of a thing. Like, there's all these things that, like, theoretically the name is trademarked, and yet colloquially we just, like, use these words, you know? It's interesting when you talk about, like, trademark cases and, like, I don't know, appeal cases, you know? Let's see. As a result of the expenses incurred by this legal battle, as well as other financial pressures, the Duncan family sold the company name and associated trademarks in 1968 to Flambeau Incorporated, which had manufactured Duncan's plastic models since 1955. As of 2020, Flambeau Plastics continued to run the company. My yo-yo was plastic. I think most yo-yos from like kids my age were plastic, right? Did anyone have a wooden yo-yo or like a metal yo-yo? Metal seems very intense. Metal seems like that'll kill ya. That could be a weapon for sure. Modern yo-yos, some made both of aluminum and stainless steel. Imagine getting hit in the face with a yo-yo. Even Google. You're really using Google. Yeah, Google is a great example, Spotty. You're using Google to do a web search, but everyone says Google it. Totally. Google itself has become a verb, and it's funny because it's become like it's in Spanish. So Spanish verbs, infinitive verbs, or infinitive verbs, end with either AR or ER the majority of the time. So googlear is like the verb form of Google in Spanish. So it's like a universal thing at this point. It's wild. Let's see. Okay, Sable, you had a wooden one. I think it was a gift store or something. Also had a yo-yo with the scorpion. I remember the scorpion yo-yos. I didn't have one, but I remember kids that had those. Okay, the rise of the ball bearing. Hold on, I do need water. Guys, I'm so hyped today about Wikipedia with me. Need to quench my thirst so I can read stuff. Okay. As popularity spread through the 1970s and 1980s, there were a number of innovations in yo-yo technology, primarily regarding the connection between the string and the axle. In 1979, dentist and yo-yo celebrity What an amazing resume this man has. Hi, I'm a dentist and yo-yo celebrity. My name is Tom Kuhn. Like, what? American dentist and yo-yo designer. First of all, just the fact that you can be a yo-yo celebrity. Amazing. Second of all, to be known as a dentist and yo-yo celebrity. That gives me such joy. Okay, so in 1979, dentist and yo-yo celebrity Tom Kuhn patented the No Jive 3-in-1 yo-yo, creating the world's first take-apart yo-yo, which enabled yo-yo players to change the axle. Okay, interesting. Swedish bearing company SKF briefly manufactured novelty yo-yos with ball bearings in 1984. In 1990, Kuhn introduced the SB2 yo-yo that had an aluminum transaxle, making it the first successful ball bearing yo-yo. In all transaxle yo-yos, ball bearings significantly reduce friction when the yo-yo is spinning, enabling longer and more complex tricks. Subsequent yo-yo players used this ability to their advantage, creating new tricks that had not been possible with fixed axle designs. Okay, so now I'm realizing that when I was a kid, like pulling apart my yo-yo and like putting it back together when it gets all tangled, you know, I would put it back together wrong because of the way that I would loop the string around the axle. I'm having all of these yo-yo epiphanies, you guys. Okay, let's see. There are many new types of ball bearings in the market which deviate from the original design and or material of the standard stainless steel ball bearing. For example, a certain type of bearing has an inward-facing curved surface to prevent the string from rubbing against the sides of the yo-yo, which would cause unwanted friction when performing intricate string tricks. Other manufacturers replicate this with similar inwardly curved surface, but use minor modifications. Some high-end bearings use ceramic composites in the balls of the bearing to reduce internal friction, again making for a smoother spinning yo-yo. Precious materials such as ruby Precious materials such as ruby have also been used as material in prototype ball bearings. That's the fanciest What? You just got rubies in your yo-yos? Okay. Okay. Used as a material in prototype ball bearings for its properties such as extreme hardness. I am floored. The material was first tested in a prototype bearing made by Wolf Yo-Yo Works in May 2018. Modern yo-yo. The era following the yo-yo boom of the late 1990s is often referred to as the modern era of yo-yo. The modern era of yo-yo is characterized by markedly more complicated and sophisticated yo-yo techniques that came before, in addition to a plethora of different yo-yo designs created to serve various niche purposes. This increased complexity of yo-yo play was allowed by the introduction of ball-bearing technology to yo-yos, which enabled yo-yos to spin for significantly longer amounts of time than was previously possible. This, in addition to the advent of the bind technique and unresponsive yo-yoing, equipped yo-yo players with an essential limitless amount of freedom, with which they were able to create a myriad of yo-yo tricks and techniques. In the wake of this revolution, the yo-yo revolution. In the wake of this revolution that took place in yo-yo, a landscape of yo-yo competitions tailored towards modern style of yo-yo play emerged. See, for example, the World Yo-Yo Contest. Guys, we're gonna watch a yo-yoing video. We're gonna. Outside of the competition scene, yo-yo players regularly share videos of their yo-yo tricks on the internet. Have you guys heard of the internet? It's a common place players do this thing. It's Instagram. Trick Circle? I need to follow the hashtag Trick Circle. Sorry, one moment. This is very important, please. Please understand that I think we all owe it to ourselves to follow the hashtag Trick Circle. Is this actually is this real? Let me see. Hold on. My internet on my phone for some reason doesn't want me to see these yo-yo tricks, and I'm sad about it. But later, I'm gonna follow Trick Circle. I'm gonna watch all the yo-yo tricks. Watch me. All right, so anyway, a common place players do so is Instagram using the hashtag Trick Circle. Some yo-yo players have also found modest success outside of the yo-yo community, going viral on TikTok, gaining significant. Are there TikTok? I mean, of course, there's like yo-yo TikTok. I just need to get yo-yos into my algorithms, you guys. Getting significant YouTube followings or being featured guests on television programs. Okay, I've been listening but also typing. Okay, good. We're just talking yo-yos. Did you know that you can follow the hashtag Trick Circle on Instagram? I want to see if my phone will. My phone is very confused by it. My phone doesn't want to do it, and I'm kind of sad about it, to be completely honest with you. It's a tag. Show me the tag. Here it is. 129,000 posts. Guys, follow Trick Circle, the hashtag Trick Circle on Instagram. You will not be disappointed. I have a feeling the footage was lost, but I hope not. Love to watch it again someday. I hope you can. That's what I was saying about the videos that T. Miller and I made. I think the footage has been lost, but it would be really fun if that like popped up from like random like bins in her like parents' basement or something. You know what I mean? Okay, let's see. Techniques, yo-yo techniques. Sleeping. The sleeper is one of the most common yo-yo throws and is the basis for nearly all yo-yo throws other than looping. Keeping a yo-yo spinning while remaining at the end of its uncoiled string is known as sleeping. While the yo-yo is in the sleeping state at the end of the string, one can then execute tricks like walk the dog. See, I could do walk the dog. That was like the one trick I could do. Walk the dog around the world, or the more complex rock the baby. The essence of the throw is that one throws the yo-yo with a very pronounced wrist action so that when the yo-yo reaches the end of the string, it spins in place rather than rolling back up the string to the thrower's hand. Most modern yo-yos have a transaxle or ball bearing to assist this, but if a fixed axle yo-yo, the tension must be loose enough to allow this. The two main ways to do this are, 1, allow the yo-yo to sit at the bottom of the string to unwind, or 2, perform a lariat or UFO to loosen the tension. When one decides to end the sleeping state, one merely jerks the wrist and the yo-yo catches the string, rolls back up to the hand. That's always where I would end up tangling my yo-yo, was in that like phase of like trying to get it from sleeping to like not anymore. Ball bearing yo-yos with a butterfly. I had a butterfly yo-yo. So I'm too excited about yo-yos. Ball bearing yo-yos with a butterfly shape, primarily used for string tricks, frequently have low response or are completely unresponsive, requiring a bind for the yo-yo to return. Maybe that's why I had problems. Maybe that's why I couldn't do as many yo-yo tricks. Maybe I didn't have the right kind of yo-yo growing up. We're going to blame it on the yo-yo rather than user error skill issue. But my yo-yo skills involve sometimes being able to continue going up and down without it getting tangled, right? Yeah. No, I would get my yo-yo tangled often as a child. Unresponsive 1A. Eventually, wider string gaps and silicone response systems led to the innovation of unresponsive yo-yoing, otherwise known as 1A. Traditional yo-yos, responsive, would return to the hand when one would tug on the string, but unresponsive yo-yos behave a little differently. Instead of returning to the hand when one tugs on the string, one has to perform a trick called a bind, where the string is doubled over inside the string gap to increase friction on the response system. This has brought about innovation in many different kinds of tricks involving leaving slack in the string, as it would have caused a responsive yo-yo to return to the hand. This style of yo-yoing is the most popular and most common, and most yo-yo tricks are done with 1A yo-yos. Really? I didn't have a 1A yo-yo. It's hard to say. Whiskey Chai, what's up? Yeah, welcome! Wikipedia Rabbit Hole. We are reading about things that start with the letter Y today. So if you have a topic that starts with the letter Y, let me know. Currently, we're reading about yo-yos. I'm feeling very nostalgic about my childhood and playing with yo-yos because I really enjoyed yo-yos as a kid. Question, Whiskey Chai. Did you yo-yo when you were younger? And were there yo-yo shows at your school? They were not at mine. This was a thing that happened at other people's schools. Anyway, welcome. It's good to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. Let's see. Okay, looping 2A. Looping is a yo-yo technique which emphasizes keeping the body of two yo-yos, one on each hand, in constant motion with or without sleeping. Yo-yos optimized for looping have weight concentrated in their centers, so they may easily rotate about the string's axis without their mass contributing to the resistance due to a gyroscopic effect. Physics, man. Oh, I have a subject. Why is Abers awesome? Spanny, why are you awesome? Question. We may never know. It's a mystery. Thank you. Very sweet. Let's see. Yazidi people. Yo-yos were a fad maybe in 3rd grade. Yeah, elementary school for me for sure. Okay, what is this? Yazidi people, Wikipedia. I didn't spell people right, but it's fine. On it. Done. We're going to throw Yazidi right after Yoshi. Okay. Where was I? In yo-yo competitions, looping both to the inside and outside of the hand with the yo-yo plays a strong role in the 2A division. Sometimes the yo-yos would wrap around arms, legs, or necks, also known as two-hand looping freestyle. That sounds dangerous. That sounds like a way to choke yourself. Just saying. Okay, two-handed string tricks, 3A. Why is it all A's? And also, guys, I'm sorry, I'm having a sensory moment with my hair. It's bothering me. Okay. Better, maybe, sort of. Closer, warmer, brighter. Sure. Okay. Two-handed or 3A style play involves doing string tricks with two flared bearing yo-yos. Popularized and pioneered by Mark McBride. Who are all of these yo-yo stars? The first modern AAA trick appeared in Fiend magazine and was called the Velvet Rolls. What? The different mounts in this style are referred to as houses. Kink house? Not here to kink shame. I'm just curious now. Photos from as early as the late 1950s show early yo-yo demonstrators performing very basic 3A tricks, such as a sleeper with one hand and a trapeze with the other. While 3A as a concept has existed for many years, it was not until the debut of Velvet Rolls, coupled with the rise of unresponsive yo-yo play, that development began on what is currently considered AAA. This is the most complex style and is the most likely to obtain knots, dings, and clangs. Knots, stings, and clangs? Didn't expect this, honestly, but I'm here for it. You didn't expect the word kink house to come up when we were reading about yo-yos? Because me neither, fun. I didn't either. Sorry, I realize I'm screaming about yo-yos, but I'm learning so much. I'm deeply invested in the yo-yo rabbit hole. All right, let's see. Offstring 4A. In the off-string technique, the yo-yo string is not tied directly to the yo-yo's axle, and the yo-yo is usually launched into the air by performing a forward pass to be caught again on the string. Oh, I've seen these ones. I know these ones. However, some players can throw down off-string yo-yos and catch it on the string just as it leaves the end of the string by pivoting the string. Oh my god, the word string is appearing a lot in this sentence. Pivoting the string around the finger as it unwinds so that the yo-yo is caught on the string. This is exactly the opposite of a forward pass, but with the same result. Guys, we're gonna watch yo-yo. We're gonna watch some yo-yo people in a minute. Yo-yos optimized for off-string tricks have flared designs, like the butterfly shape. That's the one I had a butterfly one. I don't even know why. I think I just thought it was cool looking. I think that's why I had a butterfly one, but I knew nothing about like the way in which like the shape of it or the design would like either like enhance or like hinder your ability to do tricks, you know? Never even really thought about it as a kid other than like, yeah, the butterfly ones were popular. Okay, let's see. Butterfly, flare design, yeah. Makes it easier to land on the string, often have soft rubber rings on the edges, so minimum damage is inflicted on the yo-yo, the player, or anyone else who happens to be standing nearby should a trick go wrong. There are also tricks which involve the use of two off-string yo-yos at the same time, thrown with the same hand. This is known as a solo ham? I want to know about Kink House. I want to know about solo ham. I'm nervous to Google either of those things. Yo-yo competitions have the 4A division for off-string tricks. Oh, okay, so the 4A, 1A, 5A, this is like the division for competitions. I now understand. That makes sense. Okay, freehand, 5A. In freehand tricks, the yo-yo string is not tied to the player's hand, instead ending in a counterweight. The counterweight is then thrown from hand to hand and used as an additional element in the trick. Developed in 1999 by Steve Brown, as of 2008, freehand is considered to be the fastest growing style of yo-yo play. Really? Steve Brown was awarded a patent of his freehand yo-yo system, which was assigned to Flambeau Products, Duncan's parent company. Duncan patented the counterweight, and no one was able to design a unique weight. However, since March 28, 2020, the patent has expired. In yo-yo competitions, counterweight yo-yos are emphasized in the 5A division. Google shady words, I'm on it. I love that has become one of your mod duties, is to just like Google shady words for me. Thanks, Patty. let me know how that goes. Okay. Physical mechanism. When the yo-yo is first released, the gravity and the throw give it translational kinetic energy. And necessarily, since the string must unwind, much of this energy is converted to rotational kinetic energy. Oh my god, I wish I knew more about physics. Okay, in physics, kinetic energy, right, so kinetic energy of an object is the energy that it possesses due to its motion. It is defined as the work needed to accelerate a body given the mass from rest to its stated velocity. Okay, got it. So is kinetic the same as potential energy, or is that a different thing? So we have translational versus rotational. Okay, so rotational is kinetic energy due to the rotation of the object. What does translational mean? Okay, first step. Get past the fact that there's a band called the Kinks. Oh, they have a song called The Yo-Yo. That's great. What a great weird segue, or a weird tangent. That's good. Okay, potential energy is different. Okay. Fun, what does translational mean versus rotational? Do you know? Because this just tells me about kinetic energy. So kinetic has to do with the motion, is what it sounds like, right? Again, I never took a physics class, and I wish I had when I was younger. It's not as though it's like too late to learn about these things, but I guess I would just have to intentionally do it rather than be required by my school to do it. Do you know what I mean? Okay, let's see. So rotational kinetic energy. So it's converted into... Okay, hold on. Let me read this again. Let me see if my brain can, like, figure this out. When the yo-yo is first released, the gravity in the throw give it translational kinetic energy. Okay, so the gravity in the throw. Yo-yo. Just yo-yos. Necessarily, since the string must unwind, much of this energy is converted to rotational kinetic energy. I need so much help understanding things. Okay, so pretty sure potential energy is like being at the bottom of a slope or something so that you're not in motion, but when you go down, you'll have the gravitational pull doing the work. No idea about translational. Sorry, physics was not my... You don't have to apologize at all. I'm just like, fun, you're smart, tell me. You're totally good. It's fine. I'm just trying to like visualize. You're totally good. Okay, let's see. So translational kinetic energy is converted to rotational kinetic energy, establishing the free movement of the yo-yo, causing it to spin rapidly. I understand the word rotational. For some reason, translational, I can't like picture what that means. As the yo-yo unwinds downward, it also converts potential energy from gravity to both translational energy in its rotation to overcome gravity all the way back up to the hand. Totally. Yo-yos. Every week in Wikipedia with me, there is a point where I try to understand science and then I just move on because I can't. But I try. I try really hard to understand sciencey things and then I just move on. This is one of those points. Because the sense of spinning does not change during the whole move, the string winds up in the opposite direction upon return of the yo-yo. If the shaft of the yo-yo is connected to the string with a loop, there may not be enough frictional force to overcome the weight of the yo-yo, okay? Which is necessary to begin winding up the string. Okay. In this case, the yo-yo will continue to spin in the loop at the end of the string or sleep, just being slightly braked by the small dynamic friction instead of returning. Okay. However, if the string is jerked slightly up or the hand is lowered, the slack created in the string will allow it to begin winding around the shaft, thereby increasing friction and allowing it to catch as the static friction force rises above the gravitation force, holding the yo-yo at the bottom of the string, making the yo-yo wind up the string, returning to the hand. I need a yo-yo expert to teach me about physics with a yo-yo. Maybe we'll look up yo-yo physics. Okay. All right, Spatty's on it. Rotational is rotations around the axis with consistent movement. Got it. Cool. Translational is the body itself moving through space. Oh. Okay. Regardless of if it's spinning or not, the whole of the object. Thank you. That's what I needed. Thank you, Spatty. Now I feel like I get it. Thank you. That's very helpful. Because like rotational, like I said, I get the idea of rotational. Translational. That makes sense. Okay, got it. Cool. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Patents have been issued to create more complicated mechanisms to allow tension control and adjustable mechanism. Cool. Purported use as weapons. This I'm excited about. There is no historical evidence that yo-yos were ever used as weapons. The notion is believed to have been a marketing gimmick disseminated by Duncan yo-yo demonstrators in the early years of the company. Regardless, the notion that yo-yos can be used as weapons persists to this day in pop culture, as the Chinese television series Blazing Teens and the Japanese Guilty Fear franchise by the character Bridget, the animation of whose giant yo-yo movements were a considerable challenge to look natural. Okay. All right, Bridget. Cool. I like it. I am wondering if like yo-yos as a weapon ever like happened in Kung Fu. Doesn't that feel like a Kung Fu movie kind of a thing? Using just like ordinary objects to like fight people. Okay, let's YouTube this real quick. Let's figure out if my computer will allow it. Let me get to a YouTube page here of yo-yoing competitions. How do we want to search it? Like yo-yo trick compilation? Maybe? Let me see. Viral TikTok YouTube compilation. I don't know if I want to... Okay, hold on. Let me go to YouTube itself. Now I have options. Okay, so we've got... Hold on. We've got options here. World's Best Yo-Yo Tricks from 2017. Yo-Yo Tricks on TikTok. Learn the 10 best tricks. I just want to see people doing cool shit. This looks like a cool video. This kid in the forest? Let's do it. This is very intense already. Whoa, look at that kid! They're just doing like backflips while yo-yoing. This music is everything. Look at this kid! Sorry, I need to stop. Amazing. Ridiculous. So cool. It's so cool. Just juggling with yo-yos? Oh my god. Okay, maybe we'll watch how to do yo-yo tricks video after this. So is this really loud for anyone else? This feels very loud. Okay, there we go. It's a little better. It's still intensely loud. Hold on. What? What am I even watching? Dude, yo-yo competitions. I want to go to a yo-yo competition just as a voyeur, just to watch. What? Is that even a yo-yo trick, or you just showing off your flips now? Okay, now we're double dutching and yo-yoing. Get out of here! Get out of here! That's so cool. Yo, these yo-yo kids. What is this yo-yo Zoom meeting? They went by that entirely too quickly. What is this yo-yo backyard party? What? This guy looks so zen about it. He doesn't give any fucks. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. Is this what the yo-yo shows were like? Yeah, the double yo-yo Dutch? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What? Does anyone else feel the need to go buy a yo-yo, like, immediately? I'm gonna put a yo-yo on my throne. I'm gonna do it. What? Wild. Wild. Again, how do you not just get it, like, completely tangled? Blows my... What? There's so much to unpack here. I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't even know. Again, this dude is so fucking zen. This guy's got like a wrist guard. See what? He's fucking wild. This kid just like in his dorm, just yo-yoing. Imagine that being your roommate freshman year is just this kid just yo-yoing. It would either be really cool or really annoying, or both. What? I have so many questions. So much happening. You just bought a box of 10 yo-yos? That's a lot of yo-yos, Spatty. Wow, 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 wow. But I don't even understand. I don't even know what I'm looking at. What? Did you see that cat's cradle yo-yo situation? Oh, this guy's got a Duncan shirt. This guy is dedicated. I love the black background, but it's not cropped. That's great. Wow. Very good yo-yo tricks. What? Why aren't we showing this guy more? Ridiculous. Amazing. I'm so confused. Okay, can we just watch real quick how to do yo-yo tricks? Oh, I don't need to replay it. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. You're going to teach Hank how to yo-yo? Do you need 10 yo-yos for that? I'm not judging. I'm just curious as to how those lessons are going to go. Let's see. On a stage with more lights. Vivid memories of failing to yo-yo and being discouraged. Oh, I feel that. I get that. That's like me with Double Dutch. Cat's Cradle, right? Oh, I loved Cat's Cradle as a kid. I was super into that. Okay, should we watch this guy teach us how to yo-yo? This is 18 minutes long. Absolutely not, sir. No one's got the time. Okay. Let's just see. What if I just type in how to yo-yo? How to yo-yo. I'm sorry, we can't do an 18-minute long video. That's way too much. Does somebody have like a 5-minute situation? This is 8 minutes. This kid is 1 minute. You gonna teach me how to yo-yo in 1 minute? I don't trust it. I don't trust 18 minutes. I don't trust 1 minute. I need a good 6-minute video. Here we go. Here's our guy. There we go. Gentry Stein. Wow, this is episode 1. Look at this guy. Just yo-yoing while riding a camel, just casual yo-yo camel ride.
Hey everyone, it's Gentry Stein.
Hi Gentry.
Today is Wednesday, April 1st.
Is it?
And welcome to episode number 1 of
This guy
Yo-Yo. Starting
has
today,
some
I'll have a new
Chad
episode
energy,
of Learn
huh?
to Yo-Yo right here on my YouTube channel each day at 10 a.m. Pacific time over here in California.
Every
or
day?
1 p.m. Eastern time.
Every
over
day
on the
a
East
yo-yo
Coast.
video.
And we're going to learn a brand new trick every day, starting with how to throw your yo-yo, how to do tricks like forward pass and around the world.
All right.
And even the elevator.
Whoa!
All in the first week. So if you don't want to miss out on any yo-yo tricks,
I'm over it already, but thanks, Gentry. That's enough of that. Is that? Sorry, guys. Attention span gone. Gentry, love ya. See ya. Bye. Nope. I cannot. Anyway. I couldn't handle it. But good for him. Good for him putting out a yo-yo video every day on YouTube. Good for him. Proud of him. See ya, Gentry. Let's see. The lessons are gonna be like, okay, buddy, sit, hold still. No, don't eat that. Stop. Come back. Do you think Hank would try to eat a yo-yo? I hope not. Okay. If I can't just pick up the yo-yo and master it, I'm done. That's relatable. That's some relatable stuff. All right, Alina, are you here? I want to read about Yiddish next. I don't know if I should wait. If you're coming back, I know you're in the middle of moving too, so I know you've got a lot going on. Speak now. We can also move on to Yinzer, or Yoshi, or Yazidis. I might just read it. Regardless. But the VODs I always put up on YouTube, I'm realizing that I've been slacking on actually posting them, so I need to post last week's still, but I will post them. Let's read about Yiddish. Which is interesting, going from Yaltabouth to Yiddish. But Yiddish, pronounced Yiddish, I think, is a West Germanic language historically spoken by Ashkenazi Jews. Words are hard. It originated during the 9th century in Central Europe, providing the nascent Ashkenazi, words are hard, community with a vernacular based on High German fused with many elements taken from Hebrew, notably Mishnaic, and to some extent Aramaic. Most varieties of Yiddish include elements of Slavic languages, and the vocabulary contains traces of Romance languages. It's interesting. Wondergoon, hi! You can add one. Yeah, we just finished with yo-yos. I'm down. Give me your why topic. Let's do it. Finish with yo-yos. We're going to read about Yiddish. And we've got a couple ahead of you, but I'm totally down. Yeah, give it to me. Let's see. Yiddish is primarily written in the Hebrew alphabet. Prior to World War II, its worldwide peak was 11 million, with the number of speakers in the United States and Canada then totaling 150,000. 85% of the approximately 6 million Jews who were murdered in the Holocaust were Yiddish speakers, leading to a massive decline of the use of language. That makes sense. Assimilation following World War II and Aliyah, immigration to Israel, further decreased the use of Yiddish among survivors after adapting to Hebrew and Yiddish speakers from other countries, such as in the Americas. However, the number of Yiddish speakers is increasing in Hasidic communities. In the 1990s, there were around 1.5 to 2 million speakers of Yiddish, mostly Hasidic and Haredi Jews. In a 2021 estimate from Rutgers University, was that there were 250,000 American speakers, 250,000 Israeli speakers, and 100,000 in the rest of the world. Not bad, 600,000. Like when you compare that to like just other dying languages, that's pretty decent. That's a good amount. But yeah, Rosalind Yallow. Okay, got it. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Rosalind. On it. Done and done. We'll throw her in right after Yazidis. Done and done. I love that you always bring women of STEM. I love it, Wondergoon. It's good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Okay, let's see. The earliest surviving references date from the 12th century and call the language of Ashkenaz, a variant of Teusch, the contemporary name for Middle High German. Colloquially, the language is sometimes called Memlosh, mother tongue, distinguishing it from Yoshin Kodesh, Holy Tongue. Ah, okay. Meaning Hebrew and Aramaic. I see. Okay. The term Yiddish, short for Yiddish Taish, Jewish German, did not become the most frequently used designation in the literature until the 18th century. In the late 19th into the 20th century, the language was more commonly called Jewish, especially in non-Jewish contexts, but Yiddish is again the most common designation today. It's interesting because I've always thought of Yiddish as being just like various words and not as an entire like language system. So that's really cool. This is really interesting. Alina, if you're there, if you come back to watch the VOD, I love this topic. Thank you for bringing it. Is he doing great? Good. Glad to hear that. Doing well. Doing fantastically well. I slept really well last night. I woke up like super excited to stream today. So it's, yeah, feeling good, feeling strong, man. All right, let's see. Modern Yiddish has two major forms. Eastern Yiddish is far more common today. It includes Southeastern, Ukrainian, Romanian, Mid-Eastern, Polish, Galician, Eastern Hungarian, and Northeastern, Lithuanian, and Belarusian dialects. Eastern Yiddish differs from Western, both by its far greater size and by the extensive inclusion of words of Slavic origin. That makes sense. Western Yiddish is divided into Southwestern, Swiss, Alsatian, Southern German, Midwestern, Central German, and Northwestern, Netherlandic, Northern German dialects. Yiddish is used in a number of Haredi Jewish communities worldwide. It is the first language of the home, school, and many social settings among many Haredi Jews, and is used in most Hasidic yeshivas. Interesting. The term Yiddish is also used in an adjectival sense, synonymously with Ashkenazi Jewish, to designate attributes of Yiddishkeit, Ashkenazi culture, for example, Yiddish cooking, and Yiddish music. Klezmer, I love klezmer music. The clarinet player in me wishes that I knew more klezmer. I should learn more klezmer music because it's so cool. It's just beautiful. Okay, so this is one of those really long ones. History's kind of cool. Status as language is interesting. Oh man, there's so much interesting stuff. Influence on other languages. We'll just kind of go through it. We'll see what piques our interest here. Okay, origins. By the 10th century, a distinctive Jewish culture had formed in Central Europe. By the high medieval period, their area of settlement centered on the Rhineland, Mainz, and Palatinate, notably Worms and Speyer, came to be known as Ashkenaz. Originally a term used of Scythia, and later of various areas in Eastern Europe and Anatolia. In the medieval Hebrew of Rashi, 1105, Ashkenaz becomes a term for Germany, and Ashkenazi for the Jews settling in this area. Is this? Can you guys see this? You can't. I can see this though, and it's annoying me. Anyway, Ashkenaz bordered on the area inhabited by another distinctive Jewish cultural group, the Sephardi Jews, who ranged into southern France. Ashkenazi culture later spread into Eastern Europe with a large-scale population migrations. I'm like this much Ashkenazi Jew on my dad's side, just a smidge. Nothing is known with certainty about the vernacular of the earliest Jews in Germany, but several theories have been put forward. As noted above, the first language of Ashkenazim may have been Aramaic, the vernacular of Jews in Roman-era Judea, and ancient and early medieval Mesopotamia. The widespread use of Aramaic among the large non-Jewish Syrian trading population of the Roman provinces, including those in Europe, would have reinforced the use of Aramaic among Jews engaged in trade. In Roman times, many of the Jews living in Rome and southern Italy appeared to have been Greek speakers. This is reflected in some Ashkenazi personal names, Kalonimos and Yiddish Todris. Hebrew, and on the other hand, was regarded as a holy language reserved for ritual and spiritual purposes, not for common use. Interesting. The established view is that, as with other Jewish languages, Jews speaking distinct languages learned new co-territorial vernaculars, which they then Judaized. In the case of Yiddish, this scenario sees it as emerging when speakers of Sephardic, Judeo-French, and other Judeo-Romance languages begin to acquire varieties of Middle High German. I didn't realize that Yiddish was such a Germanic version of Hebrew. I'm learning so much. It's really cool. Let's see. So Middle High German, and from these groups, Ashkenazi community took shape. Exactly what German substrate underlies the earliest form of Yiddish is disputed. The Jewish community in the Rhineland would have encountered the Middle High German dialects from which the Rhenish German dialects of the modern period would emerge. Jewish communities of the high medieval period would have been speaking their own version of these German dialects, mixed with linguistic elements that they themselves brought into the region, including many Hebrew and Aramaic words. But there's also Romance, Slavic, Turkic, and Iranian influence. In Max Weinreich's model, Jewish speakers of Old French or Old Italian were literate in either liturgical Hebrew or Aramaic, or both, migrated through southern Europe to settle in the Rhine Valley in an area known as Lotharingia, later in Yiddish known as Lothair, extending over parts of Germany and France. There, they encountered and were influenced by Jewish speakers of High German languages and several other German dialects. Both Weinreich and Solomon Berenbaum developed this model further in the mid-1950s. In Weinreich's view, this old Yiddish substrate later bifurcated into two distinct versions of the language, Western and Eastern Yiddish. They retained the Semitic vocabulary and constructions needed for religious purposes and created a Judeo-German form of speech, sometimes not accepted as fully autonomous language. That's kind of what I was wondering. Oh my God, Alina, no, welcome back. Perfect timing. I wasn't sure if I should wait for you or not, but we're just getting into Yiddish, and I'm so excited about it, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. Back for Yiddish. You're back just in time. I was gonna say, so here are my initial inklings, ideas. I never realized that it was like a fully formed language. I always thought it was just like bits and pieces of Hebrew kind of spread throughout other languages. So this is really cool to learn about. I also didn't know how closely tied to German it is, which makes sense. I also love learning about this stuff because I'm like this much Ashkenazi Jew on my dad's side, and I know so little of that like part of my like cultural heritage because it is like such a small percentage. But I love learning about this kind of stuff because I find it fascinating, and I feel very connected to the German side of my history because my grandma was Prussian. But to learn more about this kind of, I just find it fascinating as like a linguist and as someone who like has a deep connection with Germanic heritage. Like it's really cool. It's really interesting to learn about. So yeah, welcome back. And actually let me go back up here and see. So right now we're just reading about the history, but if there's specific stuff that you're like interested in, Alina, let me know. So I'm reading about the history. We've got phonology, grammar, writing systems. This is a long one, so I'm probably gonna skip through some stuff, but if there's anything in particular that you're like, oh yeah, I wanna focus on that, let me know. You're back just in time. It's perfect. Yeah, let's see. Number of speakers, writing system, status as a language, influence on other languages, language examples. So there's all sorts of stuff. If there's anything you want to kind of get into, let me know. Let me know. Also, let me drink some water. You're Ashkenazi? Uh-huh. Grandparents were from Scandinavia and spoke Western. Okay, they were talking about the distinction between like Western and Eastern. Because probably what I would be more familiar with is Eastern. Hey, I don't even know. Their word for potato was the Germanic Kartoffel. Okay, instead of the more Slavic bulba in the East. I love that. That's great. That's really cool. It's cool that you grew up like hearing it too, because I really didn't. Like my introduction to it is probably pop culture, honestly. So that's really interesting. That's really cool. Okay, let's see. Later linguistic research has refined the Weinreich model, or provided alternative approaches to the language's origins, with points of contention being the characterization of its Germanic base, the source of its Hebrew, Aramaic adstrata, and the means and location of this fusion. Yeah, the fusion part of it is really cool. Some theorists argue that the fusion occurred with a Bavarian dialect base. The two candidates for the germinal matrix of Yiddish, the Rhineland and Bavaria, are not necessarily incompatible. There may have been parallel developments in the two regions, seeding the Western and Eastern dialects of modern Yiddish. David Katz proposes that Yiddish emerged from contact between speakers of High German and Aramaic-speaking Jews from the Middle East. The lines of development proposed by different theories do not necessarily rule out others, at least not entirely. An article in The Forward argues that, in the end, a new standard theory of Yiddish's origins will probably be based on the work of Weinreich and his challengers alike. Interesting. Paul Wechsler proposed a model in 1991 that took Yiddish, by which he means primarily Eastern Yiddish, not to be genetically grounded in a Germanic language at all, but rather as Judeo-Sorbian, a proposed West Slavic language that had been relexified by High German. In more recent work, Wechsler has argued that Eastern Yiddish is unrelated genetically to Western Yiddish. That's interesting. Wechsler's model has been met with little academic support and strong critical challenges, especially among historical linguists. Das et al. Sorry. I don't know why I think that's funny. Use human genetics in support of the hypothesis of a Slavic origin with strong Iranian and weak Turkic substrata. Interesting. Okay, I might skip ahead a little bit here and written. That sounds verrückt to me. Does that mean wrong? Or does that mean suspicious? Is that like related to warum? Like warum nicht? Maybe not. Okay, a little crazy. Yeah, a little bit like unfounded perhaps. Let's see. So here we have the calligraphic segment of in the Worms Machzor. The Yiddish text is in red. Oh, interesting. That's cool. Huh. Okay. And then here, Southwest Yiddish account of the life of Seligman Brunswick von Dermenach. Cool. Looks amazing. Looks very interesting. So we've got writing, we've got printing, secularization. Yeah, let's go with secularization. I'm curious about that. Okay, so the Western Yiddish dialect, sometimes pejoratively labeled Mauscheldeutsch, Moses German, interesting, declined in the 18th century as the Age of Enlightenment and the Haskalah led to a view of Yiddish as a corrupt dialect. That's interesting. A maskil, one who takes part in Haskalah, would write about and promote acclimatization to the outside world. Okay. Jewish children began attending secular schools where the primary languages spoken and taught was German, not Yiddish. Owing to both assimilation to German and the revival of Hebrew, Western Yiddish survived only as a language of intimate family circles or closely knit trade groups. That's so cool that you grew up hearing it, Alina, given the kind of history of it and like the kind of rare nature of it and also like the suppression of it. Like, that's really interesting. In Eastern Europe, the response to these forces took the opposite direction, with Yiddish becoming a more cohesive force in secular culture. Okay. See the Yiddishist movement? Notable Yiddish writers of the late 19th and early 20th centuries are Sholem Yankev Abramovich, writing as Mendel Mocher Sforum. Sorry, always, for the pronunciation, always. Sholem Rabinovich, did I just read that? No, I didn't. Okay, widely known as Sholem Aleichem, whose stories about Tevye der Milchhiker, Tevye the Dairyman, inspired the Broadway musical Fiddler on the Roof. Cool. And Isaac Leib Peretz. Oh man, Fiddler's so good. Fiddler's one of my favorite musicals. I love it. It's very sad. It's very good. The music's great. I love Fiddler on the Roof. All right, 20th century. In the 20th century, early 20th century, especially after socialist October Revolution in Russia, Yiddish was emerging as a major Eastern European language. Its rich literature was more widely published than ever. Yiddish theater and Yiddish cinema were booming, and for a time it achieved the status of one of the official languages of the short-lived Galician Soviet Socialist Republic. Educational autonomy for Jews in several countries, notably Poland, after World War I, led to an increase in formal Yiddish language education, more uniform orthography, and to the 1925 founding of the Yiddish Scientific Institute, YIVO. In Vilnius, there's a debate over which language to take primacy, Hebrew or Yiddish. Interesting. My grandparents' stronger languages were Danish, grandmother, and Swedish, grandfather, because Yiddish was only used in the home, and their schools and friends and communities all used Scandinavian language. Interesting, okay. Interesting factoid. Yiddish is an official minority language of Sweden. Really? That is interesting. That's really cool. I definitely would not have guessed that. I did not know that. Neat. Let's see. So here we have a American World War I era poster in Yiddish. The caption says, "Food will win the war. You came here seeking freedom. Now you must help preserve it. We must supply the Allies with wheat. Let nothing go to waste." Interesting. Wow, what an interesting war poster. Huh. Let's see. Okay. Yiddish changed significantly during the 20th century. Michael Vex writes, as increasing numbers of Yiddish speakers moved from the Slavic-speaking East to Western Europe and the Americas in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, they were so quick to jettison Slavic vocabulary that the most prominent Yiddish writers of the time, the founders of modern Yiddish literature, who were still living in Slavic-speaking countries, revised the printed editions of their oeuvre to eliminate obsolete and unnecessary Slavisms. The vocabulary used in Israel, absorbed by many modern Hebrew words, and And there was a similar but smaller increase in the English component of Yiddish in the United States. Okay, there we go. And to a lesser extent in the United Kingdom. Because that's what I'm kind of familiar with, being from the United States and also not super closely tied to a Jewish community, is an overarching English dialect with a smattering of Yiddish throughout it. I never thought of it as like a fully formed language of its own. That's fascinating. It's really cool. This has resulted in some difficulty in communication between Yiddish speakers from Israel and those from other countries. That makes sense. I think that happens with a lot of languages when you're spread out throughout the world, kind of a thing. There's bound to be like dialectical differences and misunderstandings, right? Okay, phonology, grammar, we're gonna move aside. Writing system. Yiddish is written in the Hebrew alphabet, but its orthography differs significantly from that of Hebrew. That's interesting. That's kind of like, oh, here comes my cat. That's kind of like how, so Quechua uses the alphabet that we use, right? The Roman ISO Latin alphabet. It uses Spanish like lettering, but it's similar to Quechua versus Spanish, I guess is what I'm trying to say, which is kind of cool. Like the orthography differs, which is like essentially like the spelling, right, of certain things. I think that's right if we're talking about. Yeah, set of conventions for writing a language. Okay, spelling, hyphenation, capitalization. Yeah. So they use the alphabet that we would use. They use the alphabet that like Spanish would use, but the orthography is different for Quechua. And that's because Quechua wasn't originally a written language. The writing came after, which is really cool and interesting. Anyway, moving on. So, Hebrew, many vowels are represented only optionally by diacritical marks called nikud. Yiddish uses letters to represent all vowels. Several Yiddish letters consist of another letter combined with a nikud. Again, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Mark resembling a Hebrew letter nikud pair. But each of those combinations is an inseparable unit representing a vowel alone and not a consonant-vowel sequence. Interesting. The nikud marks have no phonetic value on their own. That's cool. In most varieties of Yiddish, however, words borrowed from Hebrew are written in their native forms without application of Yiddish orthographical conventions. Very interesting. All right, number of speakers. On the eve of World War II, there were 11 to 13 million Yiddish speakers. Yeah. The Holocaust, however, led to a dramatic, sudden decline of the use of Yiddish, as the extensive Jewish communities, both secular and religious, that used Yiddish in their day-to-day life were largely destroyed. Around 5 million of those killed, 85% of the Jews murdered in the Holocaust, were speakers of Yiddish. Wow. Although millions of Yiddish speakers survived the war, including nearly all Yiddish speakers in the Americas, further assimilation in countries of the United States and the Soviet Union, in addition to the strictly monolingual stance of the Zionist movement, that's interesting too, led to a decline in the use of Eastern Yiddish. However, the number of speakers within the widely dispersed Haredi, mainly Hasidic communities, is now increasing. Although used in various countries, Yiddish has attained official recognition as a minority language. This is what you were saying. Only in Moldova, Bosnia, and Herzegovina, the Netherlands, and Sweden. Cool. That's really interesting. So here we have a map of Yiddish dialects between the 15th and 19th centuries. Western dialects in orange, Eastern in green. Cool. Very cool. Okay. Reports of number of current Yiddish speakers vary significantly. Ethnologue estimates, based on publications through 1991, that there were at the time 1.5 million speakers of Eastern Yiddish, of which 40% lived in the Ukraine, 15% in Israel, and 10% in the United States. The Modern Language Association agrees with fewer than 200,000 in the United States. Western Yiddish is reported by Ethnologue to have had an ethnic population of 50,000 in 2000 and an undated speaking population of 5,000, mostly in Germany. A 1996 report by the Council of Europe estimates a worldwide Yiddish-speaking population of about 2 million. Further demographic information about the recent status of what is treated as a Eastern-Western dialect continuum is provided in the YIVO, Language and Cultural Atlas of Ashkenazic Jewry. In the Hasidic communities of Israel, boys speak more Yiddish among themselves, while girls use Hebrew more often. This is probably due to the fact that girls tend to learn more secular subjects, thus increasing contact with the Hebrew language. Boys are usually taught religious subjects in Yiddish. Interesting. Cool. Okay, I might just skip ahead here. Although I want to know what's happening with this picture. Here's an example of graffiti in Yiddish in Tel Aviv, Washington Avenue. The translation, you shall have love for the stranger because you were strangers in the land of Egypt. Deuteronomy 10:19. It's cool. Okay, so then we've got, hold on. So Israel, South Africa, former Soviet Union. Here we have an NEP era Soviet Yiddish poster. Come to us at the Kolkots. And then here's the state emblem of the Belarusian SSR with the motto, Workers of the World Unite, in Yiddish. The artwork's really cool. The artwork is, I don't know, I find propaganda artwork to be fascinating and like beautiful in like a like stylistic way. It's really beautiful, and then like in terms of like historical impact, it's just really fascinating and strange. It's like, I think many people know this now, but if you don't know, Dr. Seuss did a lot of propaganda art back in the day. A lot of it is very racist and kind of terrible, but that was part of how he made his bread and butter was propaganda art, which is interesting. Anyway, moving on. Let's read about Sweden for you. I think Sweden, I don't know if I see anything about Denmark. We'll read about Sweden for your heritage here, Lena. Okay, in June 1999, the Swedish parliament enacted legislation giving Yiddish legal status as one of the country's official minority languages, entering into effect in April 2000. The rights thereby conferred are not detailed, but additional legislation was enacted in June 2006, establishing a new governmental agency, the Swedish National Language Council, the mandate of which instructs it to collect, preserve, scientifically research, and spread material about the national minority languages. That is really cool. That's really neat. I feel like we need more of that everywhere in the world. Naming them all explicitly, including Yiddish. When announcing this action, the government made an additional statement about simultaneously commencing completely new initiatives for Yiddish and other minority languages. So here we have a banner from the first issue of Yiddish Volksstimme, so the Yiddish People's Voice, published in Stockholm, January 12th, 1917. Neat. The Swedish government has published documents in Yiddish detailing the National Action Plan for Human Rights. An earlier one provides general information about national minority language policies. On September 6, 2007, it became possible to register internet domains with Yiddish names in the national top-level domain. The first Jews were permitted to reside in Sweden during the late 18th century. The Jewish population in Sweden is estimated at around 20,000. Of these, according to various reports and surveys, between 2,000 and 6,000 claim to have at least some knowledge of Yiddish. In 2009, the number of native speakers among these was estimated by linguist Mikhail Parkval to be 750 to 1,500. It is believed that virtually all native speakers of Yiddish in Sweden today are adults, and most of them elderly. I want to read about the United States too, just because that's where I'm from. Shlemia Shlemazel, you know? Haas and Pepper Incorporated. In the United States, at first, most Jews were of Sephardic origin and hence did not speak Yiddish. It was not until the mid to late 19th century, as first German Jews, then Central Eastern European Jews, arrived in the nation, that Yiddish became dominant within the immigrant community. This helped to bond Jews from many countries. Foverts, the Forward, was one of 7 Yiddish daily newspapers in New York City. Other Yiddish newspapers served as a forum for Jews of all European backgrounds. In 1915, the circulation of the daily Yiddish newspapers was 500,000 in New York City alone and 600,000 nationally. In addition, thousands more subscribed to the numerous weekly papers and many magazines. Here we have a 1917 multilingual poster in Yiddish, English, Italian, Hungarian, Slovene, and Polish, advertising English classes for new immigrants in Cleveland. That's so cool. That's wild. Typical circulation of the 21st century is a few thousand. The Forward still appears weekly and is also available in an online edition. It remains in wide distribution together with Allgemeiner Journal, a Shabbat newspaper which also published weekly and appears online. The widest circulation of Yiddish newspapers are probably the weekly issues of Der Yid, Der Blatt, and Der Zeitung. So the Jew, the paper, the newspaper. Several additional newspapers and magazines are in regular production, such as the weekly Yiddish Tribune and the monthly publications, The Star and The View. Let's see. The Romanized titles cited in this paragraph are in the form given on the masthead of each publication, and maybe at some variance both with the literal Yiddish title and the transliteration rules otherwise applied in this article. Fair, that makes sense. Thriving Yiddish theater, especially in New York City, Yiddish Theater District, kept the language vital. Interest in klezmer music, and I love klezmer music, provided another bonding mechanism. Cool. So interesting. Here we have a picture of women surrounded by posters in English and Yiddish supporting Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Herbert H. Lehman, and the American Labor Party Teach Other Women How to Vote, 1936. It's an amazing photograph. Cool. Most of the Jewish immigrants to the New York metropolitan area, wow, that's bad words, reading. Blech. Most of the Jewish immigrants to the New York metropolitan area during the years of the Ellis Island considered Yiddish their native language. However, native Yiddish speakers tended not to pass their language on to their children, who assimilated and spoke English. That makes sense. For example, Isaac Asimov states in his autobiography, In Memory Yet Green, that Yiddish was his first and sole spoken language and remained so for about 2 years after he emigrated to the United States as a small child. By contrast, Asimov's younger siblings, born in the United States, never developed any degree of fluency in Yiddish. This is really common in the United States, probably in other places too, but it's really common in the United States because, like in immigrant families, because there's such a desire for the next generation to be better off and to be more successful and to be able to do more with what they inherited than their immigrant parents. So there's this fear of holding on to the language of that being something that would prohibit the next generation of being able to assimilate into dominant culture and be successful in dominant culture, which is really sad when you think about it. And I think that I don't know, as an English teacher, I try to emphasize that you should teach your kids your native language in the home, because if you're in the United States, they'll learn English at school, right? So you don't need to I don't know, encourage English language learning of your children in the home, because they will learn it. But I think it's so sad how many people have a first language as a child. It was their immigrant parents' first language, and it's their first spoken language, and then they lose it over time, you know? My dad's first language was German, and he doesn't speak German anymore. He doesn't know it for that exact reason, right? Language oppression, language suppression is really interesting. Both sides of my family immigrated in the 20th century, except for a weird paternal grandmother who just popped up. Lost Irish within a generation. Totally, yeah. It's so common, right? And I think too, kids struggle because they get made fun of in school for like speaking English with an accent or not being as strong with English because like so in terms of like brain development too, bilingual, multilingual kids, it takes them longer to learn how to speak. They don't start talking as early as kids who are monolingual because their brain is processing so much more information. So it's totally normal for multilingual kids to start speaking later on in life. But because of our cultural standard with regard to education, that like freaks people out. It's like, oh my God, you're not talking yet. It's like, I'm not talking yet because I'm processing how to speak all of these different languages, right? That's really interesting, Sable. Yeah. And I know I have a coworker that is trying to get more in touch with his Irish side and learn Gaelic, which is kind of cool. There seems to be a resurgence of people trying to learn these like native languages that they have lost. Yeah, it's fascinating how that works, isn't it? I want to at some point learn German to get more in touch with that part of my like heritage. I grew up hearing German all the time from my grandma, and I just think it would be a cool way to get in touch with my ancestry a little bit, you know? Plus I just love languages. All right, let's see. All right, so here, actually, let's look at this map real quick. So this is Yiddish distribution in the United States. So the dark blue is more than 100,000 speakers. The light blue, kind of turquoise, is more than 10,000 speakers. Red is more than 5,000. Yellow is more than 1,000. Gray is fewer than 1,000. I was going to say, yeah, so Colorado, middle of the map here. I was going to say we don't have a large Jewish community here at all. New York, it makes sense that New York has a large community, and then kind of as you get away from New York, you get fewer. I'm curious about the Florida population being so high. That's interesting. Not so high, but higher than I had expected. Let's see, Wondergoon. Always wanted to learn Spanish and German. Yeah, Spanish is so useful. I'm really glad I learned Spanish. Spanish is super helpful. Like we have such a big Spanish-speaking community here in Colorado, so it's nice to be able to like speak with people who are from various places, and mostly it's in Mexico and then other like Mesoamerican kind of countries. Yeah, so it's a really helpful one. It's such a common one in the United States specifically. I think that Spanish in the United States is much more practical than German, depending on where you live, right? But I'm with you. I would love to learn German. I need to get on it with Duolingo. I did for a little bit try to learn German, but because I think I'm fluent enough in Spanish now that it wouldn't confuse me. But it's funny, and Alina is a multilingualist, is a polyglot. And so I know that Alina is learning simultaneously multiple languages at a time, which is wild to me. But for me, when I was like trying to teach myself German and like using Duolingo, anytime I didn't know a word, I would automatically fill it in with the Spanish word, which is fascinating because it's like my brain just knew, it's not an English word, so let's just go with a word that is not English. And like, so it's like this weird like amalgamation of like Spanish and German. You loved learning German? Do you speak German? Fun, I didn't know this. I want to. It's on my list. I wish I'd learned another language. You still can. There's still time. You can do it. You have to be okay with the fact that you'll have an accent. You just have to accept it. But there's nothing wrong with having an accent. Just I had a Spanish professor one time that said having an accent means you're brave. Having an accent means you're sophisticated. Which I really love that. I always held on to that. There's always time. There's always time if you want to. Yeah, I didn't know that you studied German, Fenaria. That's cool. All right, let's see. Many Yiddishisms, like Italianisms and Spanishisms, yeah, totally, entered New York City English, often used by Jews and non-Jews alike, unaware of the linguistic origin of these phrases. That's really cool. Yiddish words are used in English. Yiddish words used in English were documented extensively by Leo Rosten in The Joys of Yiddish. See also the list of English words of Yiddish origin. Cool. That's fascinating. Already have an accent, like everyone. Totally. Yeah. You do. It's true. Everyone does. You're right. Thank you for calling me out on that. That's true. I took it as an elective in school, but it stuck enough that every so often I can't think of the English word and the German word pops out. Totally. Yeah. I'm not fluent by any means anymore, though. That's fair. It's one of those things that's like you do have to use it consistently. I think and there comes a point in fluency where when you've used it like enough, that like it'll come back to you more quickly, I guess. But yeah, it's kind of like anything if you get out of practice with it. Yeah, going back to the accent thing, what I meant to say is you'll have the accent where people can detect that you're a foreigner. That's what I meant. So thank you for that. You're right. Okay, let's see. In the 1975 film Hester Street, much of which is in Yiddish, was released. It was later chosen to be on the Library of Congress National Film Registry for being considered a culturally, historically, or aesthetically significant film. In 1976, the Canadian-born American author Saul Bellow received the Nobel Prize in Literature. He was fluent in Yiddish and translated several Yiddish poems and stories into English, including Isaac Bashevis' singer, Gimple the Fool. In 1978, a singer, a writer in the Yiddish language, was born in Poland and lived in the United States, received the Nobel Prize in Literature. Legal scholars Eugene Volokh and Alex Kozinski argued that Yiddish is supplanting Latin as the spice in American legal argot. Interesting. Wonder Goon, gonna have to bow out. Thank you for being here. I'm excited to read about Rosalind. And I'll put the VOD up on YouTube as soon as I can. So if you do feel like watching it, and I'll save it. It'll be up on Twitch for the next 2 weeks too. So if you feel like coming back, but yeah, go take care of yourself. Thanks for being here. Hope you have a wonderful day. Let's see. Let me get some more water. Okay, present U.S. speaker population. In the 2000 United States Census, 178,945 people in the United States reported speaking Yiddish at home. Of these speakers, 113,515 lived in New York, 63.43% of American Yiddish speakers, 18,220 in Florida, 10.18%, 9,145 in New Jersey, 5.11%, and 8,950 in California, 5%. The remaining states with speaker populations larger than 1,000 are Pennsylvania, 5,445, Ohio, 1,925, Michigan, 1,945, Massachusetts, 2,380, Maryland, 2,125, Illinois, 3,510, Connecticut, 1,710, and Arizona, 1,055. Population is largely elderly. 72,885 of the speakers were older than 65. 66,815 were between 18 and 64. And only 39,245 were age 17 or lower. That makes sense. That kind of goes back to what we were talking about passing down your language to the next generation, right? In the 6 years since the 2000 census, the 2006 American Community Survey reflected an estimated 15% decline of people speaking Yiddish at home in the United States to 152,515. In 2011, the number of persons in the United States above the age of 5 speaking Yiddish at home was 160,968. 88% of them were living in 4 metropolitan areas, New York City and other metropolitan area just north of it. New York City and another metropolitan area just north of it, Miami, and Los Angeles. Okay, I guess Miami makes sense in terms of, because Miami is such an immigrant hub too, right? I just never thought about Yiddish as being a part of the linguistic diversity in Miami. That's really cool. There are a few predominantly Hasidic communities in the United States in which Yiddish remains the majority language, including concentrations in Crown Heights, Borough Park, and Williamsburg neighborhoods of Brooklyn. In Kiryas Joel in Orange County, New York, in the 2000 census, nearly 90% of residents of Kiryas Joel reported speaking Yiddish at home. Cool. I'm going to skip ahead again here. Leonard Cohen. Okay, well, we're going to read about Canada because I've got Canadians in chat and I have Leonard Cohen fans in chat. Montreal had, and to some extent still has, one of the most thriving Yiddish communities in North America. I did not know this. Yiddish in Montreal's third language after French and English for the entire first half of the 20th century. Der Canadier Adler, the Canadian Eagle, founded by Hirsch Wolofsky, Montreal's daily Yiddish newspaper, appeared from 1907 to 1988. The Monument National was the center of the Yiddish theater from 1896 until the construction of the Sedai Bronfman Center for the Arts, now the Siegel Center for Performing Arts, inaugurated on September 24th, 1967, where the established resident theater, the Dora Wasserman Yiddish Theater, remains the only permanent Yiddish theater in North America. The theater group also tours Canada, US, Israel, and Europe. Even though Yiddish has receded, it is the immediate ancestral language of Montrealers like Mordecai Richler and Leonard Cohen, as well as former interim city mayor Michael Applebaum. Besides Yiddish-speaking activists, it remains today as the native everyday language of 15,000 Montreal Hasidim. Did not know this. I had no idea. All right, we're going to move ahead. Modern Yiddish education, that's kind of cool. That's kind of interesting. I'll get into that. Because I do think that, like, language, I'm fascinated by language preservation. I think it's so important. Okay, modern Yiddish education. There's been a resurgence in Yiddish learning in recent times among many from around the world with with Jewish ancestry. The language which had lost many of its native speakers during the Holocaust has been making something of a comeback. In Poland, which traditionally had Yiddish-speaking communities, a museum has begun to revive Yiddish education and culture. Cool. Located in Krakow, the Galicia? I feel like I'm saying it wrong. Jewish Museum offers classes in Yiddish language instruction and workshops on Yiddish songs. The museum has taken steps to revive the culture through concerts and even in events held on site. There are various universities in worldwide Yiddish. Sorry, lost my place. Where am I? My brain broke. Various universities worldwide that now offer Yiddish programs based on the YIVO Yiddish standard. Many of these programs are held during the summer and are attended by Yiddish enthusiasts from around the world. One such school located within the Vilnius University, Vilnius Yiddish Institute, was the first Yiddish center of higher learning to be established in post-Holocaust Eastern Europe. Vilnius Yiddish Institute is an integral part of the four-century-old Vilnius University. Published Yiddish scholar and researcher David Kaltz is among the faculty. Here we have a road sign in Yiddish, excerpt from the word sidewalk, at an official construction site in the Monsey Hamlet, a community with thousands of Yiddish speakers in Ramapo, New York. Despite this growing popularity among American Jews, finding opportunities for practical use of Yiddish is becoming increasingly difficult, and thus many students have trouble learning to speak the language. One solution has been the establishment of a farm in Goshen, New York for Yiddishists. Say that 5 times fast. Yiddish is the medium of instruction in many Hasidic Jewish boys' schools and some Hasidic girls' schools. Shalom Aleichem College, a secular Jewish primary school in Melbourne, teaches Yiddish as a second language to all its students. The school was founded in 1975 by the Bund movement in Australia and still maintains daily Yiddish instruction today and includes student theater and music in Yiddish. Cool. Love it. Internet! Google Translate includes Yiddish as one of its languages. I did not know that. That's awesome. As does Wikipedia. Hebrew alphabet keyboards are available and right-to-left writing recognized. Google Search accepts queries in Yiddish. That's neat. Over 10,000 Yiddish texts, estimated as over half of all the published works in Yiddish, are now online based on the work of the Yiddish Book Center volunteers and the Internet Archive. There are many websites on the internet in Yiddish. In January 2013, The Forward announced the launch of the new daily version of the newspaper's website, which has been active since 1999 as an online weekly supplied with radio and video programs, a literary section for fiction writers, and a special blog written in local contemporary Hasidic dialects. Computer scientist Raphael Finkel maintains a hub of Yiddish language resources, including a searchable dictionary and spell checker. In late 2016, Motorola Incorporated released its smartphones with keyboard access for the Yiddish languages in its foreign language option. That's really cool. On 5 April 2021, Duolingo added Yiddish to its courses. Guys, you can learn Yiddish on Duolingo. All right, influence on other languages. More coffee, more beverages. I'm going to need to get more beverages in a minute here. As this article has explained, Yiddish has influenced modern Hebrew and New York English, especially as spoken by yeshiva students, sometimes known as yeshivish. It has also influenced Cockney in England. French argot has some words coming from Yiddish. Interesting. That's cool. Paul Wexler proposed that Esperanto... Oh man, Esperanto is so weird. It's a cool idea. It's just funny. Esperanto was not an arbitrary pastiche of major European languages, but a Latinate relexification of Yiddish, a native language of its founder. I didn't realize. What is relexification? Mechanism of language change by which one language changes much of all of its lexicon, including basic vocabulary, with the lexicon of another language. Okay, interesting. That's cool. This model is generally unsupported by mainstream linguists. Okay, interesting. Here we have a 2008 election poster in front of a store in Village of New Square, town of Ramapo, New York, entirely in Yiddish. The candidates' names are transliterated into Hebrew letters. Rosh Hashanah greeting card in Montevideo, 1932. The inscription includes the text in Hebrew and in Yiddish. Neat. Very cool. Might skip ahead here. I think that's it for Yiddish. I think that's it for Yiddish. Learned a lot about Yiddish. Very fascinating. Very cool. I think, guys, I'm gonna make myself some tea because I feel like, I don't know, maybe it's from the Skyrim stream, maybe it's just talking a lot, but I feel like my voice is a little scratchy and I need some help. So I'm gonna go make some tea. I'm gonna go get a little stretch. I'm gonna take a little break from my computer. But when I come back, we're gonna read about Yinzer. We're gonna read about Yoshi. We're about Yazidis. We're gonna read about Rosalind Sussman Yalo. And then we'll go from there. We'll see how much time we have left, okay? So feel free to stick around. Feel free to get a snack or a drink yourself. Feel free to go check out other streamers. I'll be back in like 5 to 10 minutes, somewhere in there. Okay, bye. See you soon. Bye. Okay, back in action. If you stuck around, thank you so much. If you didn't, totally understandable. Fun, I hope you have a wonderful day. I'm sorry I probably missed you. But thank you for being here. Thanks for learning about yo-yos and Yiddish and yeah, y'all to both with me. Alina, you're still there. I'm very excited that you bought Cuphead. I hope you have an amazing time with it. And also, you gotta let me know if it induces rage in you in a similar way that it induced rage in me. Also, Alina, if you're still there, I don't think I actually asked. Do you speak Yiddish? I know you speak a bazillion languages. Is it one of the ones that you speak? Okay, friends, we are moving on to our next topic. This is Yinzer, I do believe. This was Iron Biscuit's topic. I think that's super late time zone wise for Iron Biscuit, so I imagine that he went to bed. Iron Biscuit, this is for you. So Yinzer. Let's see. Sable. It's funny how I'll sit here feeling bad about not knowing another language skill while fingerpicking guitar. If only I had a skill, right? Music is a skill. Absolutely. Don't feel bad about not knowing another language. You do know another language. It's called music. You can play guitar. It's amazing. And really, like, there's so many different skills in the world. It's not possible to know all of them, but I do think it's very true that, like, if there's a skill that you want to learn, it's totally possible to learn it at any time in your life. Like, there are maybe certain points in life when it would be easier to learn one skill or pick up a skill over another, but I think it's totally possible. But yeah, you absolutely have skills. Please, you definitely have skills. All right, Yinzer, I think I'm saying that right, is a 20th century term playing on the Pittsburghese second person plural vernacular yins. The word is also used among people who identify themselves with the city of Pittsburgh and its traditions. I did not know this. History. Yinzer, or Yunzer, was historically used to identify the typical blue-collar people from the Pittsburgh region who often spoke with a heavy Pittsburghese accent. I never knew about this. The term stems from the word yins, or yuns, a second-person plural pronoun brought to the area by early Scotch-Irish immigrants. Over time, Yinzer has been used by many Pittsburgh residents to self-identify, even if they don't speak with a thick accent. The concept and use of the word gained popularity in the 21st century as the area's population loss slowed and the city became a hub for revitalization. As the city gained notes as a desirable place to live, more outsiders have moved or returned to Pittsburgh metropolitan area. The term has taken on a connotation to identify someone who, for better or worse, is either a lifelong Pittsburgher or says a phrase or commits an act that would be identified as something stereotypical Pittsburgher might do. Okay, so now I feel the need to hear what a Pittsburgh accent sounds like. My brain, as a United States person, speaking of accents, I kind of mush all East Coast accents together in my mind, and they're all distinct, right? So I'm wondering if I can maybe find us a YouTube video here of a Yinzer accent, because I would love to hear it. I would love to hear it. The most authentic Pittsburgh accent you will ever hear. All right, hold on.
Did I mention people from Pittsburgh had an accent?
Like if I was explaining to you...
Hold on. We just want it to be louder. I want to make sure we can really hear what this guy is saying. And I also want to turn off my music for a second. All right, Yinzer accent.
On Sundays, what my dad
oh gosh,
does. So
wait,
you like
hold on, stop. Okay, here we go.
Did I mention people from Pittsburgh had an accent?
Like if I was explaining to Yins like what I do on Sundays, what my dad does. So you like 7:45, he wakes up, he goes down to church, St. John Chrysostom. Then he comes home, he puts on his black and gold, heads on down to Heinz Field, meets up with my cousin Natalie Carapinas. They hang out there, have a couple kielbasa's, have a couple irons. Then, if the Stillers win, they head down Southside. You go have a couple Permane brothers, have a few more irons to celebrate with his buddies. Then at the end of the night, he's got to go down Milkshake Factory, get some dessert and that, so everything's all good.
Wow.
Right? That was English.
Obviously, you've been here a long time. You certainly seem really dialed into the community. Is there anything here that you've always wanted to partake in, always wanted to participate that
Hi, Dan.
you haven't had an opportunity to?
50-yard line seats at the Steelers game. That's me and Dad. We're gonna go hang out at the Steelers game, and that's.
But you've been to Steelers games.
I have sat in the parking lot at Heinz Field. I have not been able to see a game at Heinz Field.
How is that even possible?
I can't even like pin down like what
Where do you
what
park
it
this?
sounds
You
like.
take the bus or you guys walk? What do you do?
Oh yeah, this is a
More
chick
examples.
magnet.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. Dan, how are you? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Did you eat yet? Did you eat yet? Is that what? Did you eat yet? Did you eat yet? Dan, are you from Pittsburgh? Or are you connected to Pittsburghians? Are you connected to Yinzers? Welcome to Y Week. So far, we've learned about Yedaboeth. We've learned about yo-yos. Learned about Yiddish. Now we learned about Yinzer. I want to hear. Okay, should Pittsburghese say Pittsburghese? Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
He's got cheese in the middle. Hey, jag off driving 50 mile an hour.
I'm gonna ask yins guys just one last time.
We used to loaf down Mario's and Blue Lou's till my wife got kicked out for sliding down that fireman pole.
For crying out loud, it's cold up here, Mount Washington. You're supposed to put a gun ban around it.
My grandma used to live next door, Marn Cove.
Yins meeting 3:45 down at the Kaufman's Clock. Hey, yins guys just need to cool down and cut it out.
I rode the trolley once from the Van Halen concert down the arena over there at Station Square. I couldn't figure out how to pay to get off, though.
So what's in the bag? Yins see that landslide down there on McCarter Road
I
laying
can't
out?
pin down what it sounds like to me.
Chili Billy. How's come yins drive so slow in the tunnel?
Car power.
It almost has
I
a
met my
Chicago
wife
kind
at
of
the
vibe to
Dirty
it,
O.
right?
Both of us went to the Stiller game.
Jaggerbush, 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 Jaggerbush. Look at all them Jaggerbushes. Jaggerbush, ow! Jaggerbush.
What is a Jaggerbush?
I just seen a Jaggerbush.
My mom and dad live over there in that house, and my grandma, she just lives straight down the street.
Mills on Wheels never brings no halupki.
Like a little bit of a oh you betcha? Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Harry Service. Remember that one?
You going downtown later? Now don't yins go there with me.
We got the best
Yeah, it's
restaurants
got a,
in
like
Pittsburgh. We got all the
a little
gardens and
Boston
all
with
the fancy restaurants
Wisconsin.
up on
Hi,
Mount Washington.
Romanda. How
He's driving up
are
the
you? It's so good
Cops
to
and that
see you.
79
I hope
rack
you're doing
tickets.
well.
I told yins once.
Are you playing Wrath? What are you up to?
100 times.
It's good to see
No
you.
playing ball in a house.
My first time on TV was back on a Paul
Yeah, there's some
Shannon show
Boston,
up
some
there in
Boston,
Channel 4.
Wisconsin.
Used to make out with my girl up on Grandview, Mount Washington. What's going on?
Washington. He said
What's
Washington
going
a
on?
couple times.
What's going on?
We go down Penn Mac down the strip every Saturday morning.
You know what it sounds like to
Getting
me?
the makings for halupkis.
You guys seen Romeo and Michelle's high school reunion?
Nah, dude.
Mira Sorvino's accent in
I'm
that
a really good skier.
has like a little bit of
I ski at
this
North Face
going
up
on,
there in
right?
Seven Springs. Go 30 and a 35 on 51, you're jag off.
This car needs washed.
My grandpa used to be the guy in charge of that blinking light on the golf tower downtown. He told me what it means,
All right,
but
how long
I
is
don't remember.
this? We're
These
almost
streets
there.
are full of potholes.
Yins ain't supposed to be at. Yins are grounded.
Playing some math, having a good time?
I
Good, I'm
remember
glad to
Yammer
hear that. I'm
Yager's
good. It's so
21st
good to
birthday
see you. I'm
party
glad you're having fun
over
with
there
Raz.
at Hooters at Station Square. Remember that?
A lot of East Coast City
Sorry to
accents
hear
like
about
Boston
your
and
uncle. Where's
Pittsburgh
being laid
sort of have the
at?
same cluster of
It's
combined
better
vowels.
sound
Yeah,
I remember when
yeah,
my dad bought
totally,
that TV
yeah.
at the Gimbel's
I can hear that
warehouse
for
down in
sure,
Crampton.
Sable.
Yin's gonna eat
Did
that
you
last
eat it?
sandwich.
Did they say it? I missed it.
Get at.
You know my cousin Tommy up there in Brookline? He played football. Man, your electric bill go up.
How about yins red up them rooms before the company comes over?
Didn't everybody get caught parking out in South Park when you were in high school? Supposed to go bar hopping on the south side.
I want a hoagie. Can we go Permani Brothers?
Pepsi here? Beer here? Cotton candy here? That'd be good if you pick up a pound of ground ham.
Do yins know what I'm saying?
You know who's got it? Tony's got it!
I have to go to the
I don't even know what that
bathroom.
is. I'm clearly not from Pittsburgh. I've clearly not hung out with people from Pittsburgh enough to be able to pin that down. Yeah, something about the vowels. Something about kind of like almost like I don't know how to explain it other than like chewing on your vowels, kind of is what it sounds like to me. But yeah, it's got like a Midwestern meets Boston vibe almost. Almost. It's very interesting. Romeo and Michelle. It sounds like Mira Sorvino's accent in that. It really I can hear that. I don't know if that's what she was going for, but it sounds like that to me a little bit. A little bit. Well, should we move on to Yoshi? Learn about Yoshi? Dan, it's good to see you. Man, it's good to see you. Sable, thank you for being here. Guys, thanks for being here. Let's learn about Yoshi, huh? Look at this cute little guy. Yoshi is a fictional dinosaur who appears in the video games published by Nintendo. Yoshi debuted in Super Mario World in 1990 on the Super Nintendo Entertainment System as Mario and Luigi's sidekick. Yoshi is the title character of Yoshi series and a supporting character in Mario spin-off games such as Mario Party and Mario Kart, as well as many Mario sports games. It also appears as a playable character in the crossover fighting game Super Smash Bros. Series. Yoshi is a member of the same named species, which is distinguished for its wide range of colors. Yoshi was well received, with some critics noting that he is one of the most recognizable characters and one of the best sidekicks in video games. Yoshi's image has also appeared on a range of products, including clothes and collectibles. And now we know! Sable, if you have anything in particular that you want us to like hone in on here, let me know and we can do it. Give me 2 seconds here while I mess with things. Okay. We've got concept and creation, characteristics, appearances, promotion, reception. I'm just going to kind of go through it, but if there's anything you want us to know or anything you want me to read, let me know. Look at this fucking drawing. Look at this Yoshi concept art. I'm deeply into this. Considered after the development of Super Mario Bros. Yoshi's early design differs from his finished appearance. This is incredible. Are you guys seeing this? Sorry for screaming at you about it. But for real, are you seeing this? I have absolutely nothing. I just picked it randomly. Love it. Okay, good. Yoshi Llama. This is like a Yoshi, it's like Yoshi, but also like a like pterodactyl kind of a situation. Like maybe like an ostrich almost kind of vibe, right? This concept art is like amazing. Like I kind of want to like save this picture. For no reason other than I just think it's really funny. Yeah, here. Yoshi concept. Okay, cool. Got it saved. Okay. Let's see. So, Shigeru Miyamoto, the video game designer at Nintendo, credited with inventing the Mario series, had wanted Mario to have a dinosaur companion ever since the first release of Super Mario Bros. However, Nintendo engineers could not add such a character into the game due to the limitations of the Nintendo Entertainment System. The inspiration from Yoshi can be traced back further to the green dragon Tamagon in the 1984 video game Devil World, also designed by Miyamoto. Both are green lizards that hatch from eggs and can eat enemies with their large mouth, and also emit the same noise when they hatch. During the development of the Super Mario Bros. 3, Miyamoto had a number of sketches around his design, including an image of Mario riding a horse. I don't know why the idea of Mario riding a horse is so preposterous to me, because it shouldn't be that strange, and yet for some reason that image just like makes me laugh. Okay, Takashi Tezuka, a Mario series developer, speculated that Miyamoto's love of horse riding, as well as country and western themes, influenced Yoshi's creation. The concept of Mario riding a dinosaur also came from the NES video game Excite Bike, which featured people riding motorcycles. He's like a motorcycle, like a motorcycle dinosaur hybrid of sorts. Is he though? As I say that, I'm like, is he? But I can see where that would be the inspiration. Ooh, I made lemon honey water, and there's a lot more lemon than honey. It's fine. I just wasn't expecting it. Okay. Once the more powerful Super NES was released, Miyamoto was finally able to implement Yoshi into the series, putting Yoshi into the video game Super Mario World. As development of Super Mario World progressed, the team opted to set the game in a dinosaur land. So Tezuka asked designer Shigefumi Hino to draw a reptile-like creature based on Miyamoto's sketches. Hino originally produced a design that Tezuka deemed too reptilian and didn't really fit into the Mario world, so he encouraged the designer to create a cuter character. According to Hino, also, the reasoning behind the design is that when Mario punches Yoshi, he does punch him, doesn't he? He does just punch him in the back of the head. Mario is a villain. Mario is a menace. All right, anyway. The reason behind the design is that when Mario punches Yoshi, Yoshi is so surprised that his tongue leaps out. It's really funny. Yoshi proved to be popular in this debut, which caused the next game in the series, Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island, to focus on the Yoshi species. Miyamoto made the idea of using Yoshi as the main character of a platforming game, with the goal of being more accessible than the previous games in the Mario series. That makes sense. To give the gameplay a more gentle and relaxed pacing, the levels lack time limits and feature more exploration elements than the previous games. Yoshi's flutter jump also makes him easier to control in the air than Mario. In this game, he is responsible for baby Mario, which leads him to Bowser's castle, where he is reunited with baby Luigi. Yoshi successfully pulls the twins together just in time to go home after beating huge baby Bowser. I've never played it. I kind of want to play it. I should play it. How have I never played this? It's on the Switch, isn't it? Mario he's the enemy of the games, Spatty. I'm pretty sure, what's his face? I forget the name of the kid, but the guy that does Game Theory, I think he did an episode where he, do you like how I'm just like casually like getting out my Switch real quick? I think he did a series though, talking about how Mario is the true enemy, which is true. The software is not currently on the console. Please re-download. I don't want to re-download it. Dan. I don't have time for that. I guess I can while I'm doing this stuff. Do I have enough space for it? I feel like Fall Guys took a lot of space. We'll see. We're gonna download it, see if it's available. Because if so, I want to play it. It looks so cute. It's so cute. Yeah, Yoshi is apparently older than Bowser. Well, no, that's not true. Wait, where did you read that? Wait, what? Because of Baby Bowser? Baby Bowser and Bowser are almost two different characters, but that's a whole like debate too, right? Because you've got like Baby Bowser, and then you have like Kid Koopa, which are kind of assumed to be the same people. Anyway, moving on. The version of Yoshi seen in the Super Mario Bros. Film was made using a 0.91 meter tall, so 3-foot animatronic dinosaur. I don't remember. I've definitely seen this movie. I don't remember there being a Yoshi in that movie. It's not that it's a great movie or anything. Yoshi was designed in the film by Dave Nelson. The animatronic had nearly 60 meters, 200 feet of cable, and hundreds of moving parts inside it, and was controlled by 9 puppeteers. That's a lot of puppeteers. That's a lot of puppeteers. Hold on. Okay. Oh my god, I cannot type to save my life. Whoa, he's like a dinosaur. Maybe I do remember this. It's just like, I've only seen that movie once. Look at how terrifying. Just like in comparison. So funny. And also, fucking Bowser. This is Bowser, right? Fucking nightmare fuel. Nightmare fuel. Yoshi's Island. Okay, so wait, so maybe I have started Yoshi's Island. I feel like I did start this game before. On the SNES emulator. I like literally just downloaded it. I think I did. I think I tried to play Yoshi's Island one time. But is Yoshi's Island... This might be a silly question. Is Yoshi's Island the same as Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island? Or are they 2 different games? Do you know what I mean? I don't know if that's a silly question. Whoa, I have not. I got rid of my SNES emulator because I needed space for other stuff, and they have released so many more games on here since I last played. I think they're 2 different games than Yoshi's Island, but it is on here. Because I think the one that I played was Yoshi's Island. Super Mario 2 Yoshi's Island. Yoshi's Island is just like the working title. Are they the same? They're 2 different games, right? Hold on. They're not? But this beginning is different than the beginning. What is the one that I played? Hold on. Because this one is not the one that I tried to play on stream. So now I need to know which one I tried to play on stream. I am thinking of Yoshi's Story. Thank you. That was gonna hurt my brain forever. Thanks, Spatty. Okay, guys. Prepare yourselves for a Yoshi's Island playthrough at some point. I was thinking of Yoshi's Story. Thank you. I could not figure that out. That's what there we go. Yep. Nailed it. Okay. Back to Wikipedia. But I want to play this game. It looks very cute. I can't believe I've never played it before. I want to do it. I want a platform that is easier than the old school Marios. And I want to, it looks cute. It looks cute. That'll be fun. Add it to the list of things that I want to stream, which is like a million different things. Okay. Yoshi's Island. Yes. Good. Relaxed, gentle pacing. Flutter jump. Easier to control. Baby Bowser. Got it. The Super Mario film. Yes. Good. Animatronics. Scary. 9 puppeteers. I still can't get over how there were 9, because that's a lot of puppeteers. It's a lot of puppeteers. The body was cable controlled, while the head was radio controlled. Nelson described the overall process being difficult. In a word, difficult. The creation of Yoshi was handled by a company independent from the filmmakers. Yoshi also belongs with a species of the same name, which is characterized by their variety of colors. Okay, so Yoshi is a different species than Koopa, right? I mean, it gotta be. Because he's more like a lizard boy, and Koopas are more like turtle boys. Is that how Mario works? Characteristics. Yoshi has a variety of abilities that stand out relative to other characters in the Mario series. Yoshi's prehensile tongue can extend to a considerable distance to eat enemies, grab distant objects, or act as a grappling hook to access otherwise out-of-reach areas. After eating an enemy or object, Yoshi may either spit it out as an attack or swallow it to instantly turn into a distinctive spotted egg. Eggs can then be thrown at distant targets to collect or damage them, and depending on the game, they either explode or impact or ricochet off surfaces. Another signature technique is the flutter jump, where Yoshi quickly flaps his arms and legs to slow his descent from a jump or even gain height in midair. Very cute, very silly. Yoshi is also a noted user of the ground pound, which involves dropping bottom first after a jump in order to destroy blocks or damage opponents. Yoshi's large nose, unsurprisingly, allows for the detection of hidden collectibles, as well as flowers by smell, and, as demonstrated in Super Smash Bros. Series, may be used as an offensive weapon. Yoshi can form an egg around himself, which can be used for protection as a shield against attacks, or for mobility by rolling or launching himself. Yoshi's final Smash installments before Super Smash Bros. Ultimate had him growing wings to be able to breathe fire for a limited period of time. His newest Final Smash has his opponent trampled under a stampede of Yoshis. That's cute. That also tells me that I have not played a Smash Brothers game in a minute, because I have never witnessed that. I'm not good at Smash Bros. It's not one of my games. My brothers always kick my ass at it, and then I feel discouraged. Mario lore is wild. It's kind of mishmash, Greek, Roman, Pokemon, Tex-Mex, 100%. That's the perfect way of saying it. It's 100% true. Yoshi species appear in a variety of colors. This is generally a cosmetic difference to differentiate individuals. However, in some games, Yoshi's color changes to reflect gained offensive or movement abilities, such as fiery breath, wings, balloon-like inflation, or juice spitting. What game does he spit juice in? In some games, this is a characteristic of Yoshi's natural color, while in others, it is a temporary status gained by eating certain fruit or flowers. Yoshi's a variety of colors often appear in multiplayer games as alternate choices, which may or may not have statistics unique from the default green color. In games where the player can ride Yoshi, he acts as an extra hit point. Taking damage causes the player to be knocked off of Yoshi instead of any other negative effects. This causes Yoshi to run around haphazardly until he is remounted, falls off screen, or disappears in some 3D games. Yoshi is otherwise indestructible. He can freely walk over spikes, does more damage to enemies when jumped on, and can take any number of hits without additional penalty. Combined with his other unique powers, this makes him very strong in levels designed for Mario's abilities, while a level designed for Yoshi may be overly difficult for Mario alone. As a result, Yoshi's presence tends to be limited to certain levels. For example, in Super Mario World, he is not allowed in haunted or castle levels, explained in-universe by him being scared of such areas. While riding Yoshi, bongos or other thematically appropriate percussion instruments are added to the level's background music. Nintendo is brilliant when it comes to the soundtrack, like adding the bongos to the song, or like underwater, the way that they like change the songs. I just love video game music, but Nintendo in particular has like amazing video game music. T. Miller, hello! Mario Sunshine. In Mario Sunshine, he sprays juice. T. Miller, remember that one time I tried to play Yoshi's Story on stream? This was before I could figure out how to make my capture card work consistently, and now, like, knock on wood, it does work consistently. But I could revisit that one. But I really wanna play Yoshi's Island. Don't get me wrong, Yoshi's Story is fun and a weird fever dream, but I wanna try Yoshi's Island sometime. I feel like people recommended that I play Yoshi's Island, and then I tried to play through Yoshi's Story, and I was like, the fuck is this game? And it's fun, but also so fucking weird. It's so good to see you. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. Welcome. Let's see, Spatty, there's someone I've been hanging out with, and they're very good at Smash games. I've lost every battle. You know what I'm talking about. Like, there's people that, like, that is their game, and they are very good at it. And my brothers are both very good at it. So I've, like, Smash Bros is fun, but, like, there's only so much of me, like, getting my ass kicked that, like, I can handle before I'm, like, sad about it. Do you know what I mean? All I know about Yoshi is Yoshi's Island. Oh, okay. Had the most disturbing commercial that I saw as a kid. I still remember. Oh no. Oh no. I'm sorry, Sable. I don't even know about the commercial. Uh-oh. Yoshi's language skills are inconsistent. In some games, they speak the same language as all other characters. In others, they are shown with their speech in parentheses to imply speaking a different language that is translated for the player to read. Sometimes they are shown only speaking the repeated word Yoshi. Whether other characters can understand Yoshi's speech is also inconsistent. It's kind of the Pokemon part that you were talking about, right? The controls in Sunshine are a little wonky, but it's fun. I struggled with the controls. Well, that's another one, Mario Sunshine, because I never played it originally when it came out. I tried to play it on stream one time, and I was like, this is too difficult to figure out on the fly. Granted, I think, like you said, the controls are just wonky regardless, but I was playing it on the, 64 Well, no. Was I playing it on the 64 emulator? Or was that part of 3D All-Stars? Maybe I was playing it on 3D All-Stars, which to me, 3D All-Stars seems to be more true to the original controls, but it was, yeah, wonky. I would need to play it off-stream to get more comfortable with the controls, because it was one of those things I remember when I played it on stream, I was like, I can't even get through, the tutorial, man. Okay. Appearances. In Super Mario series. Super Mario World was the first video game to feature Yoshi as a companion to Mario. Yoshi's rideability, horseback riding, was inspired by Miyamoto's love for horseback riding. Super Mario World released during a console war between Nintendo and Sega. Sega's mascot, Sonic the Hedgehog, was considered a cooler alternative to Mario, for which Miyamoto apologized. I like that he's like, sorry that Sonic is cooler than Mario. I'm sorry about it. On the right, we see Super Mario World featured Yoshi's first video game appearance. Left inspiration can be traced back even further. Miyamoto designed a green dragon for the 1984 game Devil World, which shared many similarities with Yoshi. Just want to see what this looks like. Oh, that actually looks kind of cute and weird. Kind of cute and weird, huh? A little bit cute, a little bit weird. You love to see it. In Super Mario 64, Yoshi makes a minor cameo. This is cute. A cannon outside the castle becomes available if Mario collects all 120 Power Stars. I still need to finish that journey, too, speaking of things I need to stream. I feel like we're, somewhere around, 90 stars, maybe? Maybe? So anyway, collect all 120 can be used to access the Mushroom's castle roof. There, the player can chat with Yoshi, who congratulates the player on finishing the game by delivering a message from the developers before rewarding Mario with 100 extra lives and a better triple jump. I've never been able to do it, but one day. Yoshi is one of the primary protagonists and the first playable character in Super Mario 64 DS. Alongside Mario, Princess Peach initially invites Mario to her palace. Yoshi is sleeping on the roof when Mario, Luigi, and Wario arrive at the castle. During this time, Bowser kidnaps Princess Peach, steals the castle's Power Stars, and confines everyone within by placing them in worlds inside the castle's paintings. The crew reclaims the castle's Power Stars after Yoshi saves Mario. Mario saves Luigi. Luigi saves Wario. Luigi saves Wario? I never got far in the DS version because my DS, one of the shoulder buttons was broken, so it was just impossible to play games on. It was a fun idea that just never worked out. So Luigi saves Wario, Mario defeats Bowser, and rescues Princess Peach. That's a long line of stuff. In Super Mario Sunshine, Yoshi appears as a mount for Mario and will only come out of his egg if offered a special tropical fruit. This is the juice that T. Miller was talking about. The fruit gives him the ability to spit a finite stream of juice, though with the trade-off that he dies as soon as he touches water. That's sad. Yoshi appears in another cameo in New Super Mario Bros. Wii, this time as a rideable character as he did in his initial appearance. Yoshi sounds just like he does in Super Mario World. Yoshi's in the colors yellow, light blue, and pink also appear in multiplayer. Yoshi's appearance is a prominent selling point for Super Mario Galaxy 2. as his gained abilities while eating various fruits aid Mario and Luigi in gathering power stars to foil Bowser's plan to take over the universe. Galaxy 2 is another one. Well, I don't know if I've played the first Galaxy game, but I heard that what I've heard is that you should just play 2 because in the first Galaxy game they're still kind of figuring out the like motion control like element of it. Or not even motion control, but like the like gravity kind of mechanic, and that like it's a little bit like, I don't know, can give you some motion sickness. Whereas the second one like kind of like, I don't know, refines that mechanic. Anywho. Fruits. Fruits give them the ability to float, run on water, and against gravity, and to illuminate intangible walkways. That's kind of cool. Yoshi and his eggs can be found in Super Mario Maker and Super Mario Maker 2, in the Super Mario World and New Super Mario Bros. New Super Mario Bros. U styles, and they function the same as they do in each respective game. Yoshi appears in Super Mario Odyssey as a capturable character. In the Mushroom Kingdom, he may be found on top of Peach's castle, just like in Super Mario 64. I did not know this. I don't think I did that. Did I do this when I played Odyssey? I beat the base game, and then I was like, cool, I did it. I've never gone back and, like, done more, which I should. Let's see. He can also be discovered in Yoshi eggs in secret locations accessed via the dark side, where he must eat berries in order for a power moon to form. I never did that. I should go back and play more Odyssey, honestly. Odyssey, honestly? Go with it. He can also be found in one of the darker side sections. Yoshi may employ his characteristic flutter jump and eating powers if captured, similar in his appearance in Super Mario Galaxy 2. In the Yoshi series, there's a bunch. There's a lot here. There's a lot happening. But we should, I mean, he is the titular character of the Yoshi series, so we should probably at least read this part, eh? Okay. Yoshi's initial appearance in the Yoshi series was in the puzzle game named after him, where you counted the number of eggs hatched on the side of the screen. Oh, that's cute. Here he is, the Yoshi. Just Yoshi. In Yoshi's Cookie, Yoshi appears as a character in Versus mode. Yoshi has to make horizontal and vertical rows of the same kind of cookie to proceed to the next level. Interesting. This sounds like the OG Candy Crush, really. In the Nintendo Puzzle Collection version, there's now a story mode in the game where Mario and Yoshi are making cookies but get exhausted from many cookie deliveries. Bowser conquers Jewelry Land during the events of Yoshi's Safari. It is the only Mario franchise to feature a first-person shooter gameplay. What? Does it really? I didn't even know that was a thing. Requires the SNES's Super Scope light-up gun. How goofy. Kidnapping its rulers, King Fret and Prince Pine, removing the 12 mystical jewels that gave the kingdom its name and stability, forcing it to split into two realms, the Dark Realm and the Light Realm. This sounds very complicated. Princess Peach then summons Mario and Yoshi to restore order. To help the two, Peach provides Mario with a new weapon. She gives him a gun, the Super Scope, an energy pistol. Mario and Yoshi enter a warp pipe and with a new weapon which transports them to Jewelry Land. I love that there was an FPS. I had no idea. Let's see. The Magic Koopa Sorcerer Kamek foresees that two newborn brothers will bring ruin to the Koopas and attempts to capture them as the stork carries them to their mother and father in Mushroom Kingdom. This is the one I want to play. One morning, years before the events of most Mario games, during the events of Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island. Maybe you're right, Dan. Going back to your comment a million years ago, if you're still there, maybe this does imply that Yoshis as a species are just older than Bowser. Maybe. The world may never know. Let's see. While Kamek captures baby Luigi, his twin brother baby Mario escapes to Yoshi's Island unseen. Fortunately, Yoshi is out walking in the woods that day, and baby Mario lands unharmed on his saddle, along with a map to Bowser's castle, where Kamek has stolen baby Luigi. Bowser and his forces attack Yoshi's Island during the events of Yoshi Topsy-Turvy, also known as Yoshi's Universal Gravitation, bringing chaos and anarchy. A spirit named Hongo, by chance, encases the entire island in a storybook to keep Bowser and his army at bay. In Yoshi Touch and Go, Yoshi must help Baby Mario in safely floating down to the forest at the start of each mode. They can use the stylus to block opponents or move Baby Mario around, as well as form coin bubbles around non-spiked enemies and to add coins to Baby Mario. Kamek and Bowser travel back in time in Yoshi's Island DS to try to capture the famous star children, Mario, Luigi, Wario, and Donkey Kong, who had special energy in their bodies that, once in Bowser's hands, would let him take over the world. Without knowing who the Star Children were, Kamek and Bowser went out to kidnap all of the Mushroom Kingdom's youngsters, only to have their prey escape their hands and join Yoshi in a journey to save the other kids. Here we have a green Yoshi carrying Baby Mario, as seen in Yoshi's Island DS. In Yoshi's new island, Yoshi reappears alongside Baby Mario and Baby Luigi. The game takes place between Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island, and Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island DS. Okay, I also want to play Yoshi's Woolly World, because that looked really cute, and I never played it. In Yoshi's Woolly World, Kamek tries to transform all of the Yoshis on Craft Island into Wonder Wools in order to assist Baby Bowser in making a new castle, but he misses Yoshi and Red Yoshi. After that, the two embarked on a quest to restore Craft Island to its former splendor. Yoshi and the rest of his kind are gathered around the Sundream Stone in Yoshi's Crafted World, which is claimed to make anyone's dream come true. Kamek and Baby Bowser try to get their hands on the stone. The Sundream Stone breaks into 5 diamonds, which spread around the island for the Yoshis to collect. Did y'all follow that? Y'all got it? Did they talk about Yoshi's story? I don't think they did they? They didn't mention Yoshi's story. What? Okay, anyway, I'm surprised. I am shocked. Other Super Mario games, he's in a bunch of them. Don't worry about it. Mario Kart, Mario Party, Mario Tennis, Mario Golf, Mario Super Sluggers, Super Mario Strikers, Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. I totally forgot that was a thing. Mario is missing. I didn't know that was a thing either. Paper Mario, that's cool. Paper Mario, Mario and Luigi partners in time. How did they not mention Yoshi's story? That's wild to me. Let's see. Other media. Metal Gear? He made a cameo in Metal Gear? That's funny. Okay, so in Metal Gear Solid, the Twin Snakes, Yoshi and Mario appear as dolls that stand on the desk. Cute! Like a cute little Easter egg. I love that. Additional video game series in which Yoshi has made a cameo appearance includes Legend of Zelda series, Link's Awakening and Ocarina of Time, collectible doll, and a framed photo in Hyrule Castle. Cute. Let's see, Tetris Attack, Super Smash Bros. Oh yeah, there was an animated series of Super Mario World. That's right. I vaguely remember that. Anything else? Do you guys remember Nintendo Power? We would get those accidentally sent to us sometimes, somehow, I think. Were they accidental or did my older brother sign up for it? Maybe my older brother signed up for it. It was the coolest magazine ever in the 90s. Okay, moving on. I think we did it. Team? I think we learned a lot about Yoshi today. I think we're good. I think we're good on Yoshi. We can move on to Yazidis, which was, oh gosh, I think that was Whiskey Chai's topic, maybe? I think so. So Whiskey Chai, if you're still here, or if you're watching the VOD, this is for you. Let's see, let me listen to how this sounds. Yazidis, okay. Oh no, I exited out and I didn't mean to. Okay, so Yazidis are a Kurmanji-speaking and endogamous minority group who are indigenous to Kurdistan, a geographical region in Western Asia that includes parts of Iraq, Syria, Turkey, and Iran. The majority of Yazidis remaining in the Middle East today live in Iraq, primarily in the governorates of Nineveh and Duhok. There is a disagreement among scholars in Yazidi circles on whether the Yazidi people are a distinct ethno-religious group or a religious subgroup of the Kurds, an Iranic ethnic group. Interesting. Yazidism is the ethnic religion of Yazidi people and is monotheistic in nature, having roots in pre-Zoroastrian Iranic faith. Oh, Zoroastrianism is really interesting. We could do that for Z Week next week, maybe. We'll see. This is, by the way, a picture of a Yazidi Tawaf ceremony in Bashika, Iran. Since the spread of Islam began with the early Muslim conquests of the 7th to 8th centuries, Yazidis have faced persecution by the Arabs and later by Turks, as their religious practices have commonly been charged with heresy by Muslim clerics. Most recently, the 2014 Yazidi genocide that was carried out by the Islamic State saw over 5,000 Yazidis killed and thousands of Yazidi women and girls forced into sexual slavery. Wow. As well as the flight of more than 500,000 Yazidi refugees. I feel very ignorant in this moment because I did not know about this. But we are learning. I think that's something that's like such a sad reality of human existence, is just how like common ethnic genocide is, and it seems that it's like so commonplace that there's many genocides that we've never heard of. I didn't hear about this happening, but at like 2014 I probably wasn't like that in touch with politics outside of United States politics, and even then I think 2015 or 14 I wasn't super in touch with politics, so it's interesting. Not that that's anyway, I don't even know. Okay, so here we go. Origins, we've got history. I might do origins and then skip down to identity, religion, genetics, maybe persecution. It's kind of my thinking. If anyone though, and Whiskey Chai, if you happen to be here, if anyone's got something in particular that like, oh, read about this, tell me, and I will definitely do that. Actually, let's look at the flags and stuff. Do they have a flag? No, because it's not like a nation. We have this symbol for the religion. Interesting. Okay, so the Yazidis own name for themselves, Yazidi, or in other places Dasini, although the latter, strictly speaking, is a tribal name. Some Western scholars derive the name from the Umayyad Caliph Yazid ibn Muawiyah. Sorry about pronunciation, always. However, all Yazidis reject... sorry, lost my place. Gonna drink some tea. We're gonna do this. We're doing this. It's happening. Let me see. Okay. However, all Yazidis reject a relationship between their name and the Caliph. Okay. The word Yazidi means the servant of the creator. Other scholars derive it from Old Iranian Yazada, Middle Persian Yazad, being divine. Divine being. Another derivation of the word origin relates to Ezda, created me. Yazidis also refer to Zewede Ezdan, God created me, and to M. Milete Ezdain, we are Ezdai nation. Scholars have discovered many striking similarities between the Yazidis, the Yarisan, and the Kurdish Alevis. The shared features among the three religions can be traced back to an ancient faith that was probably dominant among the Western Iranic peoples, but distinct from Zoroastrianism and derived from pre-Zoroastrian Iranic tradition. Early writers attempted to describe Yazidi origins, broadly speaking, in terms of Islam or Persian, sometimes even pagan religions. However, research published since the 1990s has shown such an approach to be simplistic. That makes sense. I feel like with which I don't know that this is a major religion necessarily, but when you have religions that have such like distinctive and like diverse origins, you're gonna have like, I don't know, oversimplification for the sake of like ease of communicating that like just doesn't like account for nuance, you know. But here we have a Yazidi chief in Bashika, Iraq, pictured by Albert Khan in the 1910s. Wow. Okay, so history. How much do I want to go into history? There's a lot here. Let's do early history and origins, and then I'll kind of skip ahead. Yazidism emerged in the 12th century when Sheikh Adi, who, after studying in Baghdad, established an order of his own called Adawiya, mentioned in medieval Arabic sources as Akrad Adawiya Kurds, settled in Lalish Valley and introduced his doctrines to the local Kurds at the time practicing an old Iranic faith, which, although similar, was separate from Zoroastrianism and was of pre-Zoroastrian origin. After his death in 1162 AD, his disciples and successors blended his doctrines and teachings with the local and ancient Iranic traditions. Because of this, Yazidi tradition uses many terms, images, and symbols of Sufi or Islamic origin, meanwhile still to a larger extent preserving pre-Islamic mythology, symbology, rituals, festivals, and traditions. Yazidism was embraced by many Kurdish tribes and emirates. Yazidi manuscripts called Mizurs, which were written down in the 13th century, contain lists of Kurdish tribes who were affiliated to Yazidi pir saints. Only 2 of the total 40 manuscripts have been published so far, namely the Misur of Pir Sini Durrani and the Misur of Pir Gstib Pisi? Sorry again for pronunciation. The list of Misur of Pir Sini Durrani includes some larger tribes that have been mostly or fully Islamized today, including but not limited to the large Shikak, Rasan, Dumili, Dumbuli, Mekkan, Kikan, and Musaresan tribes. In addition, Sher Khan Bedilisi writes in Serif name that 7 of the most important Kurdish tribes were Yazidi. Okay. Yazidism is an official religion of numerous Kurdish emirates and principalities, including principalities of Botan, Mahmudi, Donboli, and Emirate of Kilis. Interesting. It seems like it's got like a similar kind of thing where there's a lot of confusion about like Jewish like genealogy versus Jewish religion, like Judaism as a like ethnic group versus a religious group. Like it seems like there's like a similar kind of like confusion or mixing kind of here, right? Okay, I'm gonna move ahead. I would love to know like what the belief system is. If they've got something about that. Is this? So a lot of war, a lot of bloodshed. End of Ottoman Empire, okay. History is extensive, man. Identity, here we go. I want to know about identity. That's interesting. Not to say that history is not interesting, but I'm going to get lost in the weeds real quick. Yazidi cultural practices are observed in Kermanji, which is also used by almost all the orally transmitted religious traditions of the Yazidis. Yazidis in the twin villages of Bashika and Basani speak Arabic as their mother language. However, now Arab-speaking tribes in Bashika and Basani, including but not limited to Zalti, Dumili, Hakkari, have historically been classified as Kurdish tribes. Although almost all Yazidis speak in Kermanji, their exact origin is a matter of dispute among scholars, even among the community itself as well as among Kurds, whether they are ethnically Kurds or form a distinct ethnic group. Yazidis only intermarry with other Yazidis those who marry non-Yazidis are expelled from their community and are not allowed to call themselves Yazidis. Interesting. A lot of war, a lot of bloodshed. The TLDR is that there was a lot of war, a lot of bloodshed. I mean, yeah, history of the human experience, history of religion in general sums it up, right? Right. Here we have a picture of Yazidi women in traditional dress. Very cool, very beautiful. And then here we have a Yazidi boy in traditional clothes. In Sinjar, male Yazidis used to wear pigtails. Huh. Some modern Yazidis identified as a subset of the Kurdish people, while others identify as a separate ethno-religious group. Yeah, that's interesting. In Armenia and Iraq, the Yazidis are recognized as a distinct ethnic group. According to Armenian anthropologist Levan Ebrahimian, Yazidis generally believe that Muslim Kurds betrayed Yazidism by converting to Islam, while Yazidis remain faithful to the religion of their ancestors. Evilia Celebi describes soldiers of Abdal Khan of Bitlis as Yazidi Kurds, and in the 14th century, 7 of the most prominent Kurdish tribes were Yazidi, and Yazidi is that word is getting me. Yazidism was the religion of the Jazira Kurdish Principality. Some traditional myths of the Yazidis tell that Yazidis were the children of Adam alone and not Eve. That's interesting. And thus separate from the rest of humanity. Huh. In the autonomous Kurdistan region of Iraq, Yazidis are considered ethnic Kurds, and the autonomous region considers Yazidis to be the original Kurds. The sole Yazidi parliamentarian in the Iraq parliament, Vian Dakhil, also stated her opposition to any move separating Yazidis from Kurds. Aziz Tamoyan, the president of the Yazidi National Union, ULE, indicate that the term Yazidi is used for a nation, and their language is called Azdiki, and their religion is Sharfaden. Sharfaden? I don't know. According to the researcher Victoria Arakalova, Yazidism, I got it that time, is a unique phenomenon, one of the most remarkable illustrations of ethno-religious identity, centered on a religion that the Yazidis called Sharfaden, and therefore it is quite legitimate to speak of the unity of both the Yazidi religious identity and the Yazidi ethnicity. Okay, interesting. It's interesting too, like this idea of like the original Kurds or like them just being like descendants of Adam. Like this seems to be very like a common kind of idea in religion, is like we were set apart, we're different, we're special because we are descendants of this person rather than this person, right? Like that's big in Abrahamic religions, right? Like that's one of the distinguishing like factors between like Islam and Judaism and Christianity is lineage, essentially. I just find that to be fascinating. Let's see. Yazidis distinguish the name of their community from the name of their religion according to the phrase. So my nation, the Yazidis, versus my religion, Sharfaden. Okay. However, this phrase doesn't come up in the official kuls, religious hymns. Rather, in those kuls where the term Sharfaden and Ezid, are mentioned together, the term Atkat comes up next to Azid instead of Millet. So our religion is Sharfaden and belief is Ezi. Our religion is Sharfaden, belief is Sultan Azid. Okay. Sharfaden is the name of the son of Sheikh Hassan, or Hassan, right? I don't even know. Who led the Yazidis in the 13th century, under whose rule the final canonization of the Yazidi religion took place. As a result, Sharfaden is considered the personification of the Yazidi religion, as implied in the aforementioned kuls. Likewise, with Sultan Azid, the name of God's manifestation, who personifies Atkat, believe. However, some Yazidis who believe themselves to be a distinct ethnicity consider Sharfaden to be the name of the religion, meanwhile using Yazidi as an ethnonym. Ethnonym. Just like an ethnic name? Is that what an ethnonym is? I would assume so, but I don't want to like oversimplify things. Ethnonym. That's probably just like an ethnic name, right? An ethnic term. A name to refer to an ethnic group. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, additionally, the term millet has only recently begun to be understood in a nationalistic sense due to the growing population of nationalist ideologies. As a result, the phrase itself has started to be perceived as an ethnic and national declaration. The term millet would have originally been equivalent to religion and religious community rather than ethnicity. Thus, the original meaning of the phrase millet min Yazid would have been, I belong to the religious group of Yazid. Yazidis are regarded as ethnic Kurds in Georgia and Germany. The Soviet Union registered the Yazidis and the Kurds as two different ethnic groups for the 1926 census, but bulked the two together as one ethnicity in the census from 1931 to 1989. Confusion, a lot of confusion about identity. It's interesting, and how to, this idea too of like, how do we categorize people? It's interesting. It gets real muddled real quick, right? Sharaf Khan Vidlisi's Sharaf Nameh of 1597, which cites 7 of the Kurdish tribes as being at least partly Yazidi, and Kurdish tribal confederations as containing substantial Yazidi sections. Here we have Aziz Tamoyan, the president of the Yazidi National Union, ULE, in Armenia. He's got a great hat and a great mustache. Let's see. Conversely, during his research trips in 1895, anthropologist Ernest Chantre visited the Yazidis in today's Turkey and reported that Yazidis called their language Zaman-e-Esta, the language of the Yazidis, and claimed that Kurds spoke their language and not vice versa. Interesting. However, there's also evidence that the Yazidis in the past too identified as Kurds. For example, in a letter sent to the Romanov Emperor of Russia, the Yazidi leader Usuf Beg writes that his people are Yazidi Kurds. He indicates his nationality as Kurdish, but specifies that they are Yazidi by religion. I am happy on behalf of 3,000 families of Yazidi Kurds who 60 years ago, led by my grandfather Timur Aga, left Turkey and sought refuge in Russia. I would like to express my gratitude and wish success to you and your family. We live very well on earth and under your rule. In addition, names of some Yazidi villages in Armenia contain Kurdish ethnonyms, such as Sipan village, which was settled in 1828 AD by Yazidis and was called Pampa Kurda Kermanka, Kurdish Pam, until it was renamed to Sipan in the 1970s. In the vicinity, we're doing it. It's happening. It's good. This is good. We're doing good. This is good. Where am I? Where did I lay off? What is happening? Was called Pampa Kurda Kermanka, Kurdish Pam, until it was renamed to Sipan in the 1970s. In the vicinity, there it is, there's another village that was called Armenian Pam, but also was renamed later on to Lernapar. Furthermore, the Yazidi religious authorities, including Baba Sheikh, the Mir, and the Peshimam, frequently have emphasized the Kurdish ethnicity of Yazidis, as according to a letter from Mayor Shikhan to Mosul in 1966, after carrying out investigations and personal meetings with Yazidi religious leaders, Baba Sheikh and the Mir, they found out that the Yazidis are considered to be of Kurdish ethnicity and nationality. So this is interesting. There's this interesting, and this is stuff that I'm totally unaware of, I think because of where I'm from geographically. But this distinction between like, are you Kurdish or not is really fascinating to me. We're talking about too, like, we're like the like bloodshed, lots of bloodshed thing, and then like ethnogenocide, and then like this kind of like idea of like religious like exceptionalism, like we're different, we're unique. Like there's something about the way in which all these things kind of tie together that is fascinating in kind of a horrific way, you know. Okay, so let's see. When carrying out the investigations and the personal meetings with some leaders of the Yazidis that dwell on the region of our province, especially Tassin said, the general leader of the nation and its prince, and the Baba Shaikh, the religious head of Yazidis, and when enlarging upon the subject, based on what they have said, we note that the origin of the community is in the Kurdish religion of northern Iraq. Thus, the nationality of its members is considered Kurdish. Okay, excerpt from a 1966 letter. When Tord Wallström, a Swedish journalist, met Yazidi Mir Tassin Beg in 1974. Wait, what? Is that a full sentence? When Tord Wallström, a Swedish journalist, met the Yazidi Mir Tashin Beg in 1974. It's not a full sentence. Okay, anyway. Tashin stated that his reason for participating in the Kurdish revolt. He said, I believe in the principles of the revolt. However, there's no relation between the religion and the revolt. I am Kurdish and all Yazidis are Kurdish. This is the reason why I joined the revolt. What is the Kurdish revolt? The first Iraqi Kurdish war, known as the Aylul revolts. Major event of the Iraqi-Kurdish conflict lasting from 1961 to 1970. Okay. The journalist was asked whether all Yazidis were participating in the revolt, to which Mir Tassin responded, no, but because their participation in the revolt has not been necessary as of yet. I've not requested their participation, but if I do, at least 95% will join the revolt. By the way, the government executed 20 Yazidis recently in Mosul. Interesting. Elsewhere in the Soviet Union, the Kurdish identity played an important role for the Yazidis in Georgia and Armenia, who played a crucial role in promoting the secularized idea of Kurdish nationalism, making huge achievements in preserving and institutionalizing Kurdish culture, folklore, and language already in the early 20th century. Soviet Yazidis were able to establish the first Kurdish theater and radio station in history. In addition, the first Kurdish Latin-based alphabet was created by the Yazidi intellectual Erebe Semo, who was also responsible for writing the first ever Kurmanji novel in 1929 titled Sevain Kurmanka, the Kurdish Kurmanji shepherd. Yazidi Spiritual Council in Lalish released a statement where they emphasized and expressed their pride in the Kurdish identity of Yazidis based on linguistic, historical, geographical, and traditional facts. The statement was signed by the Mir, Baba Sheikh, Sheikh al-Wazir, Peshiman, and Kawal. Historically, there have been persecutions against Yazidis at the hand of some Muslim Kurdish tribes. Okay, so that's where there's like this distinction, I think, maybe, or where not necessarily a distinction, but a need to like be very cognizant of who you're talking about with regard to identity. Yeah. This persecution has on numerous occasions threatened the existence of Yazidis as a distinct group. Okay, religion. This is what I wanted to get into. It's an incredibly short paragraph for something so complex. Yazidism is a monotheistic faith based on belief in one God, monotheistic, who created the world and entrusted it into the care of a heptad of 7 holy beings, often known as angels or hefsir, the 7 mysteries. Preeminent among these is Tausi Melek, also known as Melek Taus, the peacock angel. Whoa! Sorry. One of the central figures of the Yazidi religion. In Yazidi creation stories, before the creation of the world, God created the 7 divine beings, of whom this guy was appointed something. We'll see. Something. I don't know. Traditional Yazidis who marry non-Yazidis are considered to have converted to the religion of their spouse. Huh. Okay, cool. I might move on. There's a documentary of Yazidis. How long is this documentary? Documentary to me implies that it's long, but let's see. yeah, it's 52 minutes. We're not doing that. But if you want to watch a documentary about Yazidis, you can go to the Wikipedia page, and there's a documentary that's about an hour long. You can check it out. Okay. So demographics. I think I'm just going to skip ahead here. So here we have Yazidis wearing traditional clothes during a festival in Tel Kep, 2021. Very cool. Here, Yazidi New Year celebrations in Lalish, 18 April 2017. 2 Yazidi men at a New Year celebration in Lalish, 18 April 2017. Yeah, the pigtails. It's funny that they call them pigtails. Really, it's just braids, right? Yazidi men. Here's a Ziyarate temple in Aknalich, Armenia. That's beautiful architecture. Cool. Yazidi men in Mardin, Turkey, late 19th century. Is this guy just smoking, just chilling? Enhance. Whoops. Enhance the wrong way. What? No, stop. Why? It'll just zoom out, it won't zoom in. That's funny. Oh well. Alright, Western perceptions. As the Yazidis hold religious beliefs that are mostly unfamiliar to outsiders, many non-Yazidi people have written about them and ascribed to their beliefs facts that have dubious historical validity. That makes sense. The Yazidis, perhaps because of their secrecy, also have a place in modern occultism. Okay. Here's an image from a journey from London to Persepolis. Persepolis itself is the name of a graphic novel, and I wonder, I know it's about like Middle Eastern conflict and strife, but I wonder how much of it relates to Yazidism. I've never actually read it, but now I feel the need to. It's been one that's like on my list, and I just never read it. I should. Let's see. Oh, okay. In Western literature, sorry. Okay, so in William Seabrook's Adventures in Arabia, 4th section, starting in chapter 14, is devoted to Yazidis and is titled Among the Yazidis. He describes them as a mysterious sect scattered throughout the Orient, strongest in North Arabia, feared and hated by most Muslim and Christian because they are worshippers of Satan. Yeah, total misconception. In the 3 chapters of the book, he completely describes the area, including the fact that the territory, including their holiest city of Sheikh Adi, was not part of Iraq. George Gurdjieff wrote about his encounters with the Yazidis several times in his book, Meetings with Remarkable Men, mentioning that they are considered to be devil worshippers. Again, total misconception, right? By other ethnicities in the region. Maybe that's how other ethnicities see them, but it's interesting. An interesting way of describing that. Also, in Peter Opensky's book, In Search of the Miraculous, he describes some strange customs that Gurdjieff observed in Yazidi boys. He told me, among other things, that when he was a child, he had observed how Yazidi boys were unable to step out of a circle traced around them on the ground. Interesting. Idris Shah, writing under the pen name Arkan Darao, in this 1961 book, Secret Societies of Yesterday and Today, describes discovering a Yazidi-influenced secret society in London, in the London suburbs, called the Order of the Peacock Angel. Shah claimed that Tawusi Melek could be understood from the Sufi viewpoint as an allegory of the higher powers in humanity. In H.P. Lovecraft's story, The Horror at Red Hook, some of the murderous foreigners are identified as belonging to the Yazidi clan of devil worshippers. Yeah, this is interesting too in like pop culture or like literature, how we like demonize things that are different, right? Gonna slip off to the lurky hole for the day. You're welcome, Spatty. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I was gonna say, I think we're gonna read about Yeti just because I want to, and then Rosalind Sussman Yalo, and then we'll probably call it a day. So just a couple more. Patrick O'Brien's Aubrey Maturin series novel, The Letter of Mark, set during the Napoleonic Wars. There is a Yazidi character named Adi. His ethnicity is referred to as Dazni. Okay. Fictional Yazdi character of note is superpowered police officer King Peacock of the Top 10 series. What? Oh, comic books. Okay. And related comics. He's portrayed as a kind, peaceful character with a broad knowledge of religion and mythology. He's depicted as conservative, ethical, and highly principled in family life. An incredible, powerful martial artist, he is able to perceive and strike at his opponent's weakest spots, a power that he claims is derived from communicating with Malak Taos. Interesting. Might skip ahead. I bet there's interesting depictions from U.S. military memoirs. I imagine they're pretty stereotypical. I don't necessarily want to read about it because there's just a lot. Persecution of Yazidis. Through their history, the Yazidi people have endured much systemic violence as they upheld their religion in the face of severe Islamic persecution and attempts to force them to convert to Islam and Arabize them by the Ottoman Empire and then later in the 20th century by Iraq. The beliefs of some followers of other monotheistic religions of the region that the peacock angel equates to their own unredeemed evil spirit Satan. Okay, I see. Has incited centuries of persecution of the Yazidis as devil worshippers. Yeah, just like so much misconception. Here we have a picture of Defend International providing humanitarian aid to Yazidi refugees in the Iraqi Kurdistan in December 2014. Wow. Yazidi Peshmerga at the shrine of Sharaf ad-Din in the Sinjar Mountains, 2019. There we go, Yazidi. Very interesting. I didn't know anything about them before. So Whiskey Chai, thank you for bringing that topic. I really appreciate it. Oh, I did want to read about yaks too. There's so many things I want to read about always. I think we'll try to pare it back down. We're gonna move from Yazidi to Yeti because I want to learn about Yetis. Because why not? Cryptids are cool. Okay. Abominable Snowman redirects here. Love it. The Yeti is an ape-like creature purported to inhabit a Himalayan mountain range in Asia. In Western popular culture, the creature is commonly referred to as the Abominable Snowman. Many dubious articles have been offered in an attempt to prove the existence of the Yeti, including anecdotal visual sightings, disputed video recordings, photographs, and plaster casts of large footprints. Some of these are speculated or known to be hoaxes. Folklorists trace the origin of Yeti to a combination of factors including Sherpa folklore and misidentified fauna such as a bear or a yak. Yeti is commonly compared to Bigfoot of North America, as the two subjects often have similar physical descriptions. So here he is. Here's an artistic depiction of the Yeti. Let's see. Description, etymology I think is cool. Probably skip history and sightings. We'll go to proposed explanations, pop culture, I think. Yeah, so that's my kind of, that's what I'm looking at. As always, if anyone wants me to look at other stuff specifically, let me know. Description. The Yeti is often described as being large, bipedal, ape-like creature that is covered with brown, gray, or white hair, and it sometimes is depicted as having large, sharp teeth. Etymology and alternative names. The word Yeti is derived from Tibetan, a compound of the words rocky, rocky place, and bear. Okay. Pranavananda states that the words ti, te, and te are derived from the spoken word tre, spelled dread, Tibetan for bear, and the so softly pronounced as to be almost inaudible, making it te or te. Okay. Tibetan lore describes 3 main varieties of Yetis. I didn't know that there were 3 different kinds. Ramanda, thank you for being here. It's good to see you. I hope you have a wonderful Sunday. I'll see you later, I hope. Okay, let's see. Tibetan lore describes 3 main varieties of Yetis. The Nyalmo, which has black fur and is the largest and fiercest, standing around 15 feet tall. huge, this guy. The Chuti, which stands around 8 feet tall and lives 8,000 to 10,000 feet above sea level. The Rangshim Bombo, which has reddish-brown fur and is only 3 to 5 feet tall. Okay, this guy's like human size-ish. The other two are big. I was at like 8 feet was kind of what I was picturing. Like 15 feet. Jeez. Other terms by Himalayan peoples do not translate exactly the same, but refer to legendary and indigenous wildlife. So Mishe translates it as man bear. Zute, full meaning translates to cattle bear, referring to Himalayan brown bear. Migo, translates to wild man. Bunmanchi, Nepali for jungle man. Used outside Sherpa communities where Yeti is the common name. Mirka, another word for wild man. Local legend holds that anyone who sees one dies or is killed. Brutal. The latter is taken from a written statement by Frank Smith's Sherpas, 1937. Kong and Mi, snowman. Zuren, Chinese snowman. Okay. And then here we have another artist impression of a Yeti. That one's kind of cool. It's got a very like comic booky feel to it. Let's see, other names and locations. Oh, there's so much here, you guys. Okay. Other names and locations. In Russian folklore, the Chuchuna is an entity said to dwell in Siberia. It has been described as 6 to 7 feet tall, covered with dark hair. According to the native accounts for the nomadic Yakut and Tungus tribes, it is well-built, Neanderthal-like man wearing pelts and bearing a white patch of fur on its forearms. It is said to occasionally consume human flesh, unlike their close cousins, the Almastis. Some witnesses reported seeing a tail on the creature's corpse. It is described as being roughly 6 to 7 feet tall. There are additional tales of large, reclusive bipedal creatures worldwide, notably including both Bigfoot and the Abominable Snowman. Abominable Snowman. The name Abominable Snowman was coined in 1921, the year Lieutenant Colonel Charles Howard Bury led the 1921 British Mount Everest reconnaissance expedition, where he chronicled in Mount Everest the Reconnaissance, 1921. In the book, Howard Bury includes an account of crossing the Lagpa La at 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, where he found footprints that he believed were probably caused by large loping gray wolf, which in the soft snow formed double tracks rather than those of a barefooted man. He adds that his Sherpa guides at once volunteered that the tracks must be that of the wild man of the snows, to which they gave the name Meto Kongmi. Meto means man bear and Kongmi means snowman. Interesting. Confusion exists between Howard Bury's recitation of the term Meto Kongmi and the term used in Bill Tillman's book Mount Everest, 1938, where Tillman had used the words mech, which does not exist in the Tibetan language, and Kongmi, where when relating the coining of the term abominable snowman. Further evidence of mech being a misnomer is provided by Tibetan language authority Professor David Snellgrove from the School of Oriental and African Studies of the University of London, 1956, who dismissed the word mech as impossible because the consonants TCH cannot be conjoined in the Tibetan language. Documentation suggests that the term mech Kongmi is derived from one source, the year 1921. It has been suggested that mech is simply a misspelling of meto. Yeah, misspelling or mishearing, that makes sense to me. Let's see. The use of abominable snowman began when Henry Newman, a longtime contributor to the Statesman in Calcutta, writing under the pen name Kim, interviewed the porters of Everest reconnaissance expedition on their return to Darjeeling. Newman mistranslated the word meto as filthy, substituting the term abominable, perhaps out of artistic license. As author Bill Tillman recounts, Newman wrote long after in a letter to the Times, the whole story seemed such a joyous creation, I sent it to 1 or 2 newspapers. Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna skip ahead here because there is so much. Although, let's look at these pictures. Okay, so here we go. 1937, Frank S. Smith photograph of alleged Yeti footprints, printed in Popular Science, 1952. Purported Yeti scalp at Kumjong Monastery. Huh. Dr. Biswamoy Biswas, examining the Pangboch Yeti scalp during the Daily Mail snowman expedition of 1954. Proposed explanations. The misidentification of Himalayan wildlife has been proposed as an explanation for some Yeti sightings, including Chute, a langur monkey. What do they look like? Oh, look at this little guy. Living at lower altitudes. The Tibetan blue bear. Oh, look at this guy. I love bears. Or the Himalayan brown bear. Do I love bears? I think they're so cute. They're so cute and so deadly. I love that. Or Dzute, also known as the Himalayan red bear. A well-publicized expedition to Bhutan initially reported that a hair sample had been obtained, which by DNA analysis, Professor Brian Sykes could not be matched to any known animal. Analysis completed after the media release, however, clearly showed the samples were from a brown bear. Mwah, mwah. And an Asiatic black bear. And this guy too, they're so cute. I love them. I was obsessed with cryptids when I was 7 to 8 years. Were you? Were you super into them? Yeah? I think they're cool. I think they're cool in terms of like, they mentioned folklorists, like in terms of like human folklore and whatnot, like human mythology. Like, I think it's kind of, it's a good time. I think it's a good time. Do you believe in any of them? Do you believe that they exist? Let's see. In 1986, South Tyrolean mountaineer Reinhold Messner claimed in his autobiography, My Quest for the Yeti, that the Yeti is actually an endangered Himalayan brown bear. There it is again. Or Tibetan blue bear. There he is again. Which can walk both upright or on all fours. That makes sense. In 1983, Barun Valley discoveries prompted 3 years of research on the tree bear possibility by Taylor Fleming, John Craighead, and Tirtha Shrestha. From that research, the conclusion was that the Asiatic black bear, with the little white crest on his chest, I love them. When about 2 years old, spends much of his time in trees to avoid attack by larger male bears on the ground bears. During this tree period that may last 2 years, young bears train their inner claw outward, allowing an opposable grip. The imprint in the snow of a hind paw coming over the front paw that appears to have a hallux, especially when the bear is going slightly uphill, so the hind paw print extends the overprint backward, makes a hominoid appearing track, both in that it's elongated human-like foot, but with a thumb, and in that four-footed animal's gait now appears bipedal. Got it. Interesting. This Yeti discovery, in the words of National Geographic magazine editor Bill Garrett, by on-site research sweeps away much of the smoke and mirrors and gives us a believable Yeti. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. No, you grew up to be boring. Sad day. You're not boring. The fieldwork in Nepal's Barun Valley led directly to initiating the 1984 Makalu Barun National Park that protected over 500,000 acres in 1991. And across the border with China, the Komolangma National Nature Preserve in the Tibet Autonomous Region that protected over 6 million acres. In the words of honorary president of the American Alpine Club, Robert H. Bates, this Yeti discovery has apparently solved the mystery of the Yeti, or at least part of it, and in doing so, added to the world's great wildlife preserves, such that the shy animal that lives in trees and not in the high snows, and mysteries and myths of the Himalayas that it represents, can continue with a protected area nearly the size of Switzerland. Got it. In 2003, Japanese researcher and mountaineer Dr. Makoto Nabuka published the results of his 12-year linguistic study, postulating that the word Yeti is a corruption of the word Medi, a regional dialect term for bear. That's a really good point, too. Yeah, so a lot of confusion with bears, big megafauna, basically, right? Nabuka claims that ethnic Tibetans fear and worship the bear as a supernatural being. I didn't know that. Nabucco's claims were subject to almost immediate criticism. Oh, whoops. He was accused of linguistic carelessness. Dr. Raj Kumar Pandey, who has researched both Yetis and mountain languages, says it's not enough to blame tales of mysterious beasts on the Himalayas on words that rhyme but mean different things. Okay, fair. That's fair. That's a linguistic smack in the face. Let's see. Some speculate these reported creatures could be present-day specimens of the extinct giant ape Gigantopithecus. However, the Yeti is generally described as bipedal, and most scientists believe Gigantopithecus to have been quadrupedal and so massive that unless it evolved specifically as a bipedal ape like the hominids, walking upright would have been even more difficult for the now extinct primate than it is for extant quadrupedal relative the orangutan. Oh, okay, hold on. I need to look at this guy looks like. Wow! Giant jaw. Okay, cool. Interesting. So wait, hold on. I just want to make sure I understood this correctly. Okay, got it. Doing that thing again where I read things and then I don't actually comprehend what I'm reading as I'm reading it. It's funny because that's more of a problem for me. I bet other people can relate. It's harder for me when I'm reading stuff out loud to actually comprehend what I'm reading. I think because that part of my brain is focusing on pronunciation and stuff. In 2013, a call was put out by scientists from the universities of Oxford and Lausanne for people claiming to have samples from these sort of creatures. A mitochondrial DNA analysis of 12S RNA gene was undertaken on samples of hair from an unidentified animal from Ladakh in northern India on the west of the Himalayas and one from Bhutan. These samples were compared with those in GenBank, the international repository of gene sequences, and matched a sample from an ancient polar bear jawbone found in Svalbard, Norway. That dates back between 40,000 and 120,000 years ago. The results suggest that, barring hoaxes of planted samples or contamination, bears in these regions may have been taken to be Yeti. Okay. Professor of evolutionary genetics at the University of Cambridge, Bill Amos, doubted the samples were of polar bears in the Himalayas, but was 90% convinced that there was a bear in these regions that had been mistaken for a Yeti. Professor Brian Sykes, whose team carried out the analysis of the samples at Oxford University, has his own theory. He believes that the samples may have come from a hybrid species of bear produced from a mating between a brown bear and a polar bear. A research of 12S RNA published in 2015 revealed that the hair samples collected are most likely those of brown bears. In 2017, a new analysis compared mtDNA sequences of bears from the region with DNA extracted from hair and other samples claimed to have come from the Yeti. It included hair thought to be from the same preserved specimen as the anomalous Sykes sample and showed it to have been a Himalayan brown bear, while other purported Yeti samples were actually from Tibetan blue bear, Asiatic black bear, and domestic dog. Okay. In 2017, Daniel C. Taylor published a comprehensive analysis of the century-long Yeti literature, giving added evidence to the explanation, building on the initial Barun Valley discoveries. Importantly, this book, under the Oxford University imprint, gave a meticulous explanation for the iconic Yeti footprint, photographed by Eric Shipton in 1950, also the 1972 Cronin-McNeely print, as well as other unexplained Yeti footprints. To complete this explanation, Taylor also located a never-before-published photograph in the archives of the Royal Geographical Society, taken in 1950 by Eric Shipton, that included scratches that are clearly bear nail marks. It's so funny. Clearly bear nail marks. There it is. I've heard of it being confused with other animals, but I never really looked into it, and I just never thought about bears as being what they would be confused with, and it totally makes sense. It totally makes sense, right? Look at these little pictures. This is such a cute little postcard or whatever. I love it. A 2016 Kerrigan's envelope and stamps dedicated to the Yeti. Look at him skiing. It's just a Yeti skiing. It's just a cute little Yeti just skiing, just being a Yeti skiing around like you do, as one does. You know, I like it. It's cute. Okay. Anyway, let's see. In pop culture, the Himalayan nation Nepal selected the Yeti as the mascot for Visit Nepal 2020. I like that. That's cute. The Yeti has regularly been depicted in films, literature, music, video games. Here's a bunch of them. Like all over the place. All over the place. Everywhere. Everywhere. Yeti, a love story. Literature, video games, everything. Everything Yeti. All Yeti, all the time. All the Yetis, all the time. Okay, when I come back, I'm going to take another little BRB break because 1, I got to pee. 2, I got to get more tea. 3, just getting up and stretching feels like a good idea. When I come back, we're going to read about Rosalind Sussman Yalo, and then depending on how I'm feeling, we'll either end there or we might read about yaks because I do want to learn about yaks, but I also am starting to fade. So for sure, we'll read about Rosalind Sussman Yalo when I get back, and then we'll see how things are feeling. So if you need a snack, if you need water, if you need to stretch, do that. Go do it. And I'll be back in like 5 minutes. And if you want to go check out other streamers, now's a great time to do that. Okay, I'll see you soon. Thank you for being here. See you in like 5-ish minutes or something. 5-ish minutes or something. Or something like that. Okay. Back in action. If you stuck around, thank you. If you didn't, it's Sunday. You got stuff to do. We all got stuff to do. It's all good. We're going to read about Rosalind Sussman Yalow. This was Wondergoon's topic, and I know Wondergoon, you had to get going. If you do watch the VOD, this is for you. So, and also, Wondergoon always brings these awesome, like, women of STEM into the conversation, which is great. So thank you for that. I really appreciate it. It's always fun to learn about. All right, so Rosalind Sussman Yalow, July. Wow, words, reading. I can do it. Can you tell I'm fading? I'm fading. This will probably be our last topic. July 19th, 1921 to May 30th, 2011. Was an American medical physicist and co-winner of the 1977 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine, together with Roger Gilman, Geilman, and Andrew Schally, for development of the radioimmunoassay technique. What the fuck? RIA is a immunoassay? What does that even mean? It uses radio-labeled molecules in a stepwise formation of immune complexes. And RIA is a very sensitive in vitro assay technique that used to measure concentrations of substances. Fancy! She was the second woman after Gertie Corey and the first American-born woman to be awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. Cool, okay. I know that awards and career is usually what Wondergoon is kind of into. So we'll do a little bit of biography. We'll just kind of go through it. It's not too long of an article, but here she is. She died 2011. Okay, cool. So Rosalind Sussman Yalow was born in Bronx, New York, the daughter of Clara Zipper and Simon Sussman, and was raised in a Jewish household. She went to Walton High School, Bronx, New York City. After high school, she attended the all-female tuition-free Hunter College, where her mother hoped she would learn to be a teacher. Instead, Yalow decided to study physics. College. Yalow knew how to type and was able to get a part-time position as a secretary to Dr. Rudolf Schonheimer, a leading biochemist. I need to be done reading things. A leading biochemist at Columbia University's College of Physicians and Surgeons. She did not believe that any respectable graduate of school would admit and financially support a woman, so she took another job as a secretary to Michael Heidelberger, another biochemist at Columbia, who hired her on the condition that she study stenography. Okay. She graduated from Hunter College in January 1941. Interesting. Huh, okay. A few years later, she received an offer to be a teaching assistant in physics at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. She received this offer partially because World War II had just begun and many men went off to fight. Okay. And the university opted to offer women education and jobs to avoid being shut down. At the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, she was the only woman among the department's 400 members and the first since 1917. Damn. Yalow earned her PhD in 1945. The next summer, she took 2 tuition-free physics courses under the government auspices at New York University. Marriage and children. Oh, look at this cute little, this is a postcard honoring Rosalind Sussman Yalow. This is adorable and beautiful, and I love it. I love cartoon her. Okay, hold on, let me drink some drink. And that's so hot. It's so hot. I just boiled water and I'm like, it's hot. Like, no shit. Okay, marriage and children. She married fellow student Aaron Yalow, son of a rabbi, in June 1943. They had 2 children, Benjamin and Alana Yalow, and kept a kosher home. Yalow did not believe in balancing her career with her home life. I love that. And instead incorporated her home life wherever she could in her work life. However, she viewed the traditional roles of homemaker as a priority and devoted herself to traditional duties associated with motherhood and being a wife. Throughout her career, she tended to shun feminist organizations, interesting, but still advocated for including more women in science. While she believed the reason she had certain opportunities in physics was because of the war, she thought that the reason that she thought that the reason that the number of women in this field decreased after the war due to a lack of interest. So a lot of internalized misogyny here, right? Yellow saw the feminist movement as a challenge to her traditional beliefs and thought it encouraged women not to fulfill their duties to become mothers and wives. Yeah, interesting. That's so interesting to be a scientist with such like conservative values. Huh. Scientific career. The month after graduating from Hunter College in January 1941, Rosalind Sussman Yalow was offered a position as a teaching assistant in the physics department of the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Gaining acceptance to the physics graduate program in the College of Engineering at the University of Illinois was one of the many hurdles she had to overcome as a woman in her field. Powerful male figures controlled opportunities for training, recognition, promotion, and many aspects of development in the field of science, especially physics. When Yalow entered the university in September 1941, she was the only woman in the faculty, which comprised 400 professors and teaching assistants. That's wild. That's intense. She was the first woman since 1917 to attend or teach at this engineering college. Yalow credited her position at the prestigious graduate school to the shortage of male candidates during World War II. Being surrounded by gifted men made her aware of a wider world in science. They recognized her talent and encouraged her, and they supported her. They were in a position to help her succeed. Cool, that's great. Let's see if this is still hot enough to burn my tongue. Probably. Yeah. Definitely still hot. Let's see. Yalow felt that other women in her field did not like her because of her ambition. Other women saw her curiosity as abandoning the only acceptable path for women in science at the time, becoming a high school science teacher. But Yalow wanted to be a physicist. During her time at University of Illinois, she took extra undergraduate courses to increase her knowledge because she wanted to do original experiment research in addition to her regular teaching duties. For years, Yalow faced criticism from women at work, but she never quit nor turned her back on other young women if she believed that they had the potential to become real scientists. She never became an advocate for women's organizations in the field of science. She was even quoted as saying, "It bothers me that there are now organizations for women in science, which means they think they have to be treated differently from the men. I don't approve." This is interesting. You know, my mom kind of comes from a similar school of thought with regard to feminism, which is interesting to me. Because on some level I get it. Right? But at the same time, I think this line of thinking doesn't take into place structural inequity and systemic inequity. And so the reason things like that need to exist and are important is to combat that structural and systemic inequity, in my opinion. But it's an interesting belief. She's not alone in that. Like, my mom is kind of similar in that vein, which is interesting, or at least when she was younger, she had similar kind of beliefs with that kind of a thing. So it's like, I get it on a philosophical level, but on a like pragmatic level, I think that, yeah, I don't think it takes into account the ways in which women are disadvantaged with regard to careers in STEM and opportunities for STEM, you know? It's interesting. Although girls and young women found a role model in her after she won her Nobel, Yalow was not a champion for improving women's treatment or representation in science. Interesting. Yalow's first job after teaching and taking classes in the University of Illinois at Champaign-Urbana graduate school was as an assistant electrical engineer at Federal Telecommunications Laboratory. She again found herself to be the only woman employee. In 1946, she returned to Hunter College to teach physics and consequently influenced many women, notably a young Mildred Dresselhaus. Yalow was responsible for steering the future Queen of Carbon Science, I love that as a title, away from primary school teaching and into a research career. Cool. She remained a physics lecturer from 1946 to 1950, although by 1947 she began her long association with the Veterans Administration by becoming a consultant to the Bronx Veterans Administration Hospital. The Veterans Administration wanted to establish research programs to explore medical uses of radioactive substances. By 1950, Yallo had equipped a radioisotope laboratory at the Bronx VA hospital and decided to leave teaching to finally devote her attention to full-time research. There, she collaborated with Solomon Burson to develop radioimmunoassay. Go with it. A radioisotope tracing technique that allows the measurement of tiny quantities of various biological substances in human blood, as well as a multitude of other aqueous fluids. Originally used to study insulin levels in diabetes mellitus, the technique has since been applied to hundreds of other substances, including hormones, vitamins, and enzymes, all which had been present in quantities or concentrations that were previously too small to detect. Interesting. Without the contributions of Yallo to the work of accurate hormone measurement, it was impossible to diagnose various hormone-related conditions and endocrine diseases like type 1 diabetes. Good for her! That's really important. Like, really important. That's a huge contribution in terms of just, like, I don't know, human need and human survival and all that. Despite its huge commercial potential, Yallo and Burson refused to patent the method. Cool. In 1968, Yallo was appointed as a research professor in the Department of Medicine at Mount Sinai Hospital, where she later became the Solomon Burson Distinguished Professor at Large. Yallo had also had a passion for the next generation of researchers. She acted as a mentor figure to scientists from around the world, many of whom came to share her passion for investigative endocrinology research. One of these mentees, Dr. Narayana Panikkar Kochupale, went on to become a leading endocrinology researcher in India, studying thyroid hormones and iodine deficiency. In this way, Yallo's legacy in endocrinology was carried on. A fitting title for Rosalind Yallo may well be the mother of endocrinology. Interesting, that's really cool. Here we have a picture of Yallo left receiving the Middleton Award with Kenneth Sterling, MD, Center, and Bronx VA Medical Center Director Harold Jaffrey, right. Awards! Let me get a sip here. Yallo was awarded a Fulbright Fellowship to Portugal, which is an American scholarship program of competitive merit-based grants that sponsor participants for exchanges in all areas of endeavor, including the sciences, business, academe, public service, government, and the arts. My mom was a Fulbright scholar, and that's how she paid for her microbiology degree. In 1961, Yallo won the Eli Lilly Award of the American Diabetes Association, which provides scholarships for up to 100 scholars to attend scientific sessions, the world's largest scientific and medical conference focused on diabetes and its complications. Additionally, it provides the education and training for these scholars to serve as faculty for professional education programs and to clinically manage the disease. A year later, she was awarded the Gairdner Foundation International Award, which recognizes the world's most creative and accomplished biomedical scientists who are advancing humanity. The same year, Yallo was awarded the American College of Physicians Award, which recognizes excellence and distinguished contributions by individuals to internal medicine. In 1972, Yallo was awarded the William S. Middleton Award for Excellence in Research, which is the highest honor award annually by the Biomedical Laboratory Research and Development Service to senior biomedical research scientists in recognition of their outstanding science. Doing so good, we're almost there. Outstanding scientific contributions and achievements pertaining to the healthcare of veterans. Also in 1972, she was given the, Koch Award of the Endocrine Society, which awards individuals for their dedication to excellence in research, education, and clinical practice in the field of endocrinology. She is the mother of endocrinology. It sounds like it. Let's see. In 1975, Yallo and Burson, who had died in 1972, were awarded the American Medical Association Scientific Achievement Award, which is a gold medallion award presented to individuals on special occasions in recognition of their outstanding work in scientific achievement. So she's really well recognized for what which makes sense. It's a huge contribution to like scientific understanding, so it's cool. The following year, she became the first female recipient and first nuclear physicist of the Albert Lasker Award for Basic Medical Research. Established by Albert and Mary Lasker in 1945, the award is intended to celebrate scientists who have made fundamental biological discoveries and clinical advances that improve human health. In 1977, Yallo was the 6th individual woman, 7th overall considering Marie Curie's 2 wins, and first American-born woman to win the Nobel Prize in a scientific field. She was also the 2nd woman in the world to win the physiology or medicine category. The first was Gertie Corey. Yallo was honored for her role in devising the, I'm never going to be able to say this word, radioimmunoassay technique, along with Roger Guillemin and Andrew V. Scally for their research in another field. By measuring substances in the human body, the screening of the blood of donors for diseases such as hepatitis was made possible. Very important. Radioimmunoassay can be used to measure a multitude of substances found in tiny quantities in fluids within and outside of organisms, such as viruses, drugs, and hormones. The list of substances is endless, but specifically it allowed blood donations to be screened for various types of hepatitis. The technique can also be used to identify hormone-related health problems. Further, it can be used to detect blood in many foreign substances, including some cancers. Wow. Finally, the technique can be used to measure the effectiveness of dose levels of antibiotics and drugs. In 1977, Yallo received the Golden Plate Award of American Academy of Achievement. In 1978, Yallo was elected a Fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, which provides an opportunity for an early career professional. Wow, I'm going to start that one over because my brain broke in the middle of it. Provides an opportunity for early career professional with training in science or engineering to learn about a career in public policy and administration. Oh, interesting. Cool. In 1986, Yallo was awarded the A. Cressy Morrison Award in Natural Sciences of the New York Academy of Sciences, which is offered by Mr. Abraham Cressy Morrison to individuals with superlative papers on scientific subject within the field of the New York Academy of Sciences and its affiliated societies. In 1988, Yallo received the National Medal of Science, which is given to American individuals who deserve the highest honor in science and technology. In 1993, Yallo was inducted into the National Women's Hall of Fame. I wonder how she felt about that. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder, just because, like, this, like, kind of, like, the distinction between, like, men and women in terms of, like, acclaim, I wonder if, like, that frustrated her on some level, you know? To be in the Women's Hall of Fame and not just, like, the Scientist Hall of Fame, right? Death. Yallo died on May 30th, 2011 in Bronx, New York. She was predeceased by her husband and survived by 2 children, Benjamin and Alana, and 2 grandchildren. So it sounds like it was just old age. Doesn't sound like it was anything other than that. She's buried at Mount Moriah Cemetery in Fairview, New Jersey. And there we go. There we go. That's Rosalind Sussman Yallo. Guys, I would really love to read about yaks, but my brain is broken. My brain is broken, and by that I mean I'm just tired, and I think I want to be done as much as I want to read about yaks. I think we'll call it there. So thank you for hanging out. Thank you to folks who gave me topics to read about. Thank you for chatting and lurking. I will come up with a stream schedule for the week and post that in the Discord and on Twitter and Instagram and all that jazz. I'll probably see you tomorrow evening-ish, afternoon, evening for something. Probably see you tomorrow. For sure, next Sunday, we'll do another Wikipedia with me, and I'm also going to make some announcements and stuff at that time about just streaming in general and future of this stream and goals and things that I want to work on. So be here next week, okay? Okay, love you, bye. Thank you for being here. I'll see you later. I can't find the right thing that I want to put on the things and the stuff and the... Okay, bye! For real, thank you for being here. I love y'all. I will see you again real soon, I'm sure.